Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Test, test, 54321. Test, test, 54321. Test, test. July 11th, 2023. Council chambers. Test, test. Let me know when you're ready. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1 2 3. 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 1 2 3 4 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing, testing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing, testing, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Excuse me, if anybody here from representative for HDS companies? Okay, very good. Thank you.
I'll put it on the calendar. Welcome everybody to our July council meeting. Appreciate you guys coming out today. We have one proclamation today that we're going to be presenting to a great business here in our community that's celebrating 25 years of service, and that's HDS Companies, represented by Rixie Alfonso, Christina Miranda Gilson, Paloma Miranda, Abdul Mondol, Elena Miranda, and Kate Gilson. If those folks are here, if you guys can come on up here and join me. And if you all don't know, HDS Companies is a true blessing to have them here in our town. I remember during the pandemic, even before when there were some developments here in Town Center, they were one of the first big tech companies to relocate to the town of Miami Lakes. So they fly sometimes under the radar, but they're a really dynamic corporation. I've been there before, and the work that you all do is truly, truly amazing. And the work that you guys do on the philanthropy side, right? Here in our community with our local public schools, a lot of people don't know about that either, you know? So that's truly amazing. So I wanted to present you all with something on behalf of our residents and our council. Whereas the HDS Companies is a national organization founded by Christina Miranda Gilson on June 18th, 1998 in Broward County, Florida, and continues to provide a vision for affordable homes and inclusive communities for all. Whereas the HDS Companies proudly commemorates its 25th anniversary, signifying a remarkable journey of growth and transformation from a small minority business to the leading provider of expert business solutions and technology products and services in the affordable housing, economic, and community development markets, and successful development of committed nonprofit supporting teens and youth adults with disabilities in our local schools and post-secondary organizations. The HDS Companies continuously upholds its mission to deliver exceptional client-centered solutions and services through decades of innovation, talent, and expertise through the dedication of its business units, Housing and Development Software, eHousing Plus, and HDS Alita. And the company is dedicated to the South Florida community by delivering a variety of philanthropic endeavors through its 501c3 nonprofit, the HDS Foundation. The company's business philosophy reflects a commitment to excellence, inclusiveness, and community, actively supported by its leadership and diverse staff. HDS Companies, currently headquartered in Miami-Dade County, in Miami Lakes, boasts decades of expertise in the affordable housing industry, providing state-of-the-art technology and scalable services to housing finance and community development agencies throughout the U.S. and Puerto Rico. Despite the challenges posed by economic and public health downturns, HDS Companies, a nationally certified minority business enterprise, continues to create growth and employment opportunities and supports the South Florida communities. And now, therefore, I, Manny Sid, by virtue of the authority vested in me as the mayor of the town of Miami Lakes, and on behalf of the town council and all 33,000 Miami Lakers, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, July 11th, 2023 as HDS Companies Day here in the town of Miami Lakes.
Thank you very much. I'm Christina Miranda Gilson here with some of our leadership. And we're very proud of this award. We're extremely proud to be now residents of Miami Lakes now for a few years, just here around the corner. And been in Broward County where we started. We actually were received with open arms here in this community. We love this town. It's our town now, so we've had a lot of great opportunities here, especially for the HDS Foundation, where we've been working with, we work with students on the autism spectrum and really engaging into your school system and giving back. That's our philosophy. So we're a tech company. We provide services to housing authorities really in the affordable housing industry. That's our niche. But what's near and dear to our hearts is giving back through the HDS Foundation. So thank you again, Mayor and the town of Miami Lakes and the commissioners and everybody here who's here today. We couldn't be prouder to be Miami Lakers now. So thank you again on behalf of all of us.
Get a picture. No, he's gonna. Give it up for HDS. God bless you guys. Congrats. Thank you for picking my place to be your home. We really appreciate it. It's a pleasure. Thank you guys. Thank you. So we have a very special gift for one of our longest serving volunteers in our community, somebody who loves this town immensely, someone who gives back every single day, who's affectionately known by a certain name to every single one of us, and sometimes has become more than just a volunteer. To me, this individual's family has been there in some of the toughest times that I've gone through personally. And every single time we need someone to call, someone just to hug, that individual's always there. And every time they see us, even if we're having a bad day, comes up to us, gives us a big wet kiss on the cheek and a big hug. Even during elections, during some of the most tense times in our town, this individual always showcases what being a Miami Laker is all about. So I had several folks tell me, why haven't we recognized this person earlier? And I had several residents call me not too long ago because they saw the work this person did, how much love they showed towards their neighbors. So I said, you know what, it's important that we give this individual the highest honor that a town can give someone, and that is the key to the town. You know, something that we rarely give out here in our community, but we felt that it was important that we honored this individual. And I'm going to call this individual by the name that we all affectionately know her by, and that's Mama Nancy Rogers. Where's Mama?
Oh, when did you ever know me to not be talking? Look who's here. My son, Tommy Rogers, my daughter-in-law, Allie Rogers, And my oxygen, Tommy Rogers III.
Getting stage fright.
That's okay. Hey, monkey, let me kiss. I love you. Turn around and then I'll be happy. I want to thank everyone in this town for treating me the way they do. Thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you. I love you all dearly, and I love being a resident of Miami Lakes. I think it's something like 46 years. And this is very special. And you guys for keeping it a secret. What an honor. Thank you. But now you finally all get to see my family, my oxygen, really. Love of my life. Thank you. It's a weapon.
Mayor, if I could say a few words.
Absolutely, Councilman Collazo. And then I know some of the other council members want to say a few words as well. And I know that there was some committee members, that wanted to say, and a bunch of other folks that are here, Lynn, that wanted to say a few words as well. So if you guys can start coming up. Louis?
Absolutely. And thank you so much, Mayor. And the first thing I want to start off with is Nancy. I wish I was there with you today. As you know, I'm away. I'm not there. But we started together. We started serving this town on the Elderly Affairs Committee, and I have known you to really serve with a servant's heart. You've always done it selflessly, like the mayor said. You've never had it for any political gain or ambition. You've always done it to help our community, and I think that is why, at the end of the day, we're celebrating you today. And I know you make Tom and Tommy Jr. proud every single day, whether it's for public safety or the elderly or any other capacity you serve. Like I said, I wish I was there in person. I'm away with my family celebrating my 50th birthday today, but I really wanted to tell you these words because you and I started together, and I cherish our friendship, and you are truly Mama Nance in every sense of the word for our community. And I wanted to honor you with those words. So thank you so much for your service.
Mama Nance. So, yes, I think we're all gonna speak on this. So, every time we show up here, we show up to a town event, we're always greeted with the most beautiful thing ever, which is your smile, your love, and your affection, and that fuels us and keeps us going every single time. So, thank you for the energy that you give us to work for the town of Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Nancy, we love you. Above everything else, we love you. We truly care about you because you truly care about this community and about all of us as individuals. Thank you for guiding us. Thank you for showing us the way. Thank you for showing us your kind heart and instilling a little bit of that in all of us so that we can serve with kindness and with love. We love you.
Mama Nance, I just want to thank you for everything you do for the children of the town. Your focus on public safety, keeping the residents safe. Just remember 4th of July, everybody is going through everything, and you made cookies for everybody. They were delicious, by the way. You're just a classy dame. We love you.
I know Lynn's back there, Day, Fred, Juan, anybody else, whoever's here, Mario, JC, you guys are.
Let JC start it off. Go ahead.
Mine's brief. I just wanted to thank you from the time that I was on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee. You would bring us brownies and always there and cheering us on. So you also showed up to my father's funeral, and that means a lot. So thank you, Mama.
If you think that this was easy to keep under wraps, all of you that we invited to join us, thank you so much. Nancy, you have a heart of gold. We love you. There isn't anybody in this room who doesn't know you, who doesn't feel exactly like I do. Do you remember during the last hurricane, Irma? Nancy shows up at my doorstep knocking on the door. Come on, we gotta go. What are we gonna do? I love this. What are we gonna do? Well, we're gonna deliver water to the elderly. Nancy and I went around delivering those big 24 packs of water. So from Halloween to the Veterans Day Parade to campaigning every day for weeks on end, holding signs, raising money, elderly affairs, public safety, she's taken that to places it would have never gone without you. We love you. And I'm so excited to be here today as your friend and in support. No one deserves this the way that you do. And we're so proud. You inspire us to give back, give more, do more. It's really an honor to be your friend and to be here with you tonight. Thank you for everything that you do.
Don't look at me like that. This lady that I have standing here has been a mom for many of us, has been a mentor for many of us. It is one of the greatest and kindest person I've ever met, best friend, you name it. But there's so many words and so many things I would love to say about her that I'm sure I have no words, honestly. I just want to say that I love you. Thank you for all the work and time that you give back to this community with, you just don't ask for anything in return. When we shut down for COVID, groceries for seniors, this lady was standing beside me, packing up masks, hand sanitizers, you name it. She was out there at the front helping the community, giving back to the community. Every event, I mean, there's not one time that I don't see Nancy's face or Nancy just standing beside each and every one of us. Every committee. I have no words. I love you, and I am so happy that you are in my life, in my family. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Nancy, hi. For those that don't know, I started volunteering in the town 11 years ago. First, I met Lynn Matos, and the first thing Lynn Matos did was, this is Mama Nance. Didn't know her last name for about 4 years. From that day, the wild ride began with Mama Nance. Knows you as Mama Nance. Every student volunteer. This thing keeps cutting out. A few things about Nancy. Always, whenever she calls me, we are on calls for hours. She grabs me by my ear, like a mom, yells at me, hits me, does whatever she needs to do to get me in line. Thank you for that. It's helping me grow in this town. It's the reason why I don't like this. On behalf of the town youth and the Youth Activities Task Force, I want to thank you for everything you've done here and continue to do. And thank you for being my friend, thank you for being a mom, and thank you for everything.
So I don't think Nancy knows this, but the first time I met you, I was so scared of you. And I was at the ripe age of 12 years old working at the Veterans Day Parade, and we were doing the signing booth, like the sign-in booth, and she scared me. And then the next year, I came to love you. But you've been like such a big part of my family. I would always hear you and my dad gossiping in the house, so I kind of figured what was happening around the town. But yeah, my dad was able to stand up here and talk. I don't think he'll be able to stop talking about you. You're like his best friend, and you're like family to me here. Sure. And you're the best Mama Nancy ever, with the nice hair too. So yeah, I think from my family to you. It's like, this is so well deserved, and that goes on record, right? Thank you. So yes, we love you.
And there's one more person, former Vice Mayor Jeffrey Rodriguez, who wanted to say a few words in closing, who's sitting right there in the middle.
Good evening, everyone. When Lynn texted me and told me there was going to be a special presentation for Nancy, I told her I'd be there in a heartbeat. Everything that everyone has said here, they're saying it from the bottom of their heart. You are an incredible person. Your family knows it, and everyone who knows you knows that. So thank you for everything you do for this town, and we love you very, very much.
How do we get one big group picture? Because I know there's a lot of people here for you. How do we get everybody? Should we get everybody up here? Should we stand this way? How do we?
Put the short ones in front.
Okay. I know there's a lot of folks that want to be part of this picture. If you want to be part of this picture, please come up, please. I know there's a lot of you guys that want to be part of. Okay, yeah.
Mayor, if you have any of those cardboard cutouts of me, please insert it now in this picture. I appreciate it. Thank you.
There's Adobe Photoshop has AI now, so they can add you in here. Don't worry.
There you go. I know you're the VR mayor, so we got it. We got it. Thank you.
One. Sure.
We love you, Mama Nance. Let's call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Diegues.
Here.
Joseph.
Councilmember Ruano.
Present.
Councilmember Garcia.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Present.
Councilmember Collazo,
Present.
noted. Vice Mayor Alvarez is not here. Mayor Sid.
Present.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Let's all rise for the prayer led by Pastor George Labrin from Ministerio Gracia Sin Límite.
Heavenly Father, as we gather today, we seek your presence and guidance, for your favor upon this meeting, fostering unity, respect, and understanding. May decisions be made for the betterment of our community. Lord, we pray for our authorities. May your Mani Sid, for the council members, the leaders, and participants who are present this evening. Grant them wisdom and discernment as they engage in discussions and decision-making. May their words be filled with grace and their actions reflect your truth and love for the city. We ask for your blessing over the families that represent the heart of this community. For protection of over our kids and youth, we pray that they may find their identity, purpose, and hope in you. Lastly, Lord, we bless the city of Miami Lakes for your grace to fill the hearts of the town council members as they make crucial decisions for our city. Guide their thoughts and actions. May we never forget that our achievements are not just for us, but for honoring you and glorifying you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please remain standing for the presentation of colors by Sea Scouts Ship 144. Remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance led by Vice Mayor Carlos Alvarez.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. We have Ariel Fernandez from the Better You Minute with us as well. Welcome, Ariel. Commissioner Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members, residents, and staff of the town that is growing beautifully, Miami Lakes. Summer's here. It's very hot outside, but it's time for us to do one important thing. Take a break. We live very stressful lives. Our schedules are tightly booked. We have many priorities, extremely important things to do. But it's very important to stop, pause our lives for a little bit, and kind of reset. Taking a trip, going to the beach, even if it's just taking a day to stay home, watch some movies, and turn the phone off. It'll help you reset and set your priorities going forward. If you're tired, if you're stressed out, you're not going to be as productive. So take time this summer to take a short break and enjoy life.
Thank you, Commissioner Fernandez. We really appreciate you always setting the tone. We're moving on to the order of business, deferrals, additions, deletions. I have one. I need to move up the police report to right after special presentations. That's the police report right after special presentations. Any further additions, deletions?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I would like to move up the town manager's report regarding the micro-mobility, also to right after the item that you just moved after special presentations.
Okay, so we have so far moving up the monthly police report to after special presentations, and then we have the micro-mobility report to after the monthly police report. Any other deferrals, additions, deletions? Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move the order of business as amended.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to Madam Clerk. This is your item.
Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Miami Lakes, a regular council meeting, public comments section. Please be reminded that for the attending public shall be directed everything to the mayor in a courteous tone, and to always ensure the orderly conduct and efficiency of this meeting. Public comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person. Please, if you want to participate, just approach the podium, state your name and address for the record, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Sid and council members and staff. Before I had started the comments, I wanted to make a quick public announcement to everybody. Anyone who can should make an effort to see the movie Sound of Freedom, because it is a real eye-opener as to how horrible the problem of human trafficking, especially of little children, is. And it's a very meaningful film, educational, and everyone should make an effort to see it so that we can fight against this issue. Okay, I have just a few comments. Number one, I thought I had heard that there was going to be a proposal of circulating a town-wide survey to maybe get the residents' input about what activities our town budget should be financing. And I would think that was a huge step in the right direction, so that our governing actually reflects what the majority wants, as opposed to catering to the ideas of a relative few. Arbitrarily imposing projects or initiatives, especially ones that will increase our taxes, is not a good way to govern. For example, installing speed bumps in a neighborhood without having the homeowners voting on whether or not they want them is not a good idea, in my opinion. We should also vote upon whether or not we want to increase our tax millage rate. We are a government of the people, for the people, and by the people, and most of the people, I think, would want to keep our rate of millage at 2.0732. The second thing I'd say is there's also very wide approval of including the word trees in describing Miami Lakes as a bird and tree sanctuary. Trees are essential for making this town a desirable place to live. I know that people get upset with the root systems causing uneven sidewalks and streets, but the benefits that our trees provide far outweigh the inconvenience. And many people also think that the roots interfere with their underground plumbing. But a plumber told me the only way they interfere is when the pipes are metal and they have rusted and rotted on their own anyway. They would not interfere with the PVC pipes. Number three, if you're wanting to improve public safety for our town, I would not be looking for physical improvements like signs and sidewalks and actual streets, but rather hire 1 or 2 more policemen. Nothing would be better than spending our money that way to improve public safety. Number 4, getting the 59th Street project done efficiently and in a timely fashion sounded like a good idea to me. But then I was talking to my car mechanic, who happens to have one of the businesses that would be destroyed by that street going through. And he said, with just certain modifications to the plans, you could still have the street and not have to destroy so many businesses, which costs us millions and millions of dollars to buy out all those businesses. So it might be worthwhile looking into what he is saying, because it would save us a great deal of money. Number 5 that I wanted to say is 16A, at least on the agenda I saw before, dealt with the micro-mobility in Miami Lakes, and I saw that 15,780 trips were recorded, but it puzzled me very deeply because I've never seen even one being used. And there are 4 scooters at the end of my street that are permanent fixtures in the pocket park, and they're an eyesore. So if you're going to keep those things, let's try to keep them only in the areas where they're being used instead of widespread throughout the town. And lastly, please keep close watch on the Opa-locka Airport, designated as a general aviation facility. We don't want it to morph into a commercial airport, because they're going to be working on the runways now. Maybe they want to improve them, beef them up for heavier traffic. Please keep on top of that, because we should join with Opa-locka and make sure that it stays general aviation and never morphs into a commercial, full-blown airport. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Mirtha Mendez, 7,000 Glen Drive. I'm here on my annual pilgrimage for the 23rd time to ask you to roll back the rate. That you considering a 10% increase to every homeowner and commercial property owner. Well, no, I don't know how much they're going to get nailed with a 10, we'll only get 3%. That you're asking, and this is, I know it's coming from the town manager, but it's up to you. It's up to you to approve it or reject it. If you don't set a cap right now, today, I know what the spiel is going to be, because this has been going on 23 years in a row. He's going to tell you, you'll have 2 chances to bring down the ad valorem taxes. You'll have 2 meetings. Year after year after year, you turn your back on the residents. And you nail us with the ad valorem taxes. That you are considering $827,000 more than the $22 million you received last year is beyond me. So I had to go into the proposed budget and see where the $800,000 is going to go. Do you know where it is? Did you look at it? Did you find it? Because I'll tell you, administration alone is $300,000 more. Police services is $600,000 more. You have no right to do this to the citizens, and let alone, there's nothing in here for what the people want you to do. Pave our roadways, fix our sidewalks. Those are eminent to everybody in this town. Do you know how much is in there for that? Nothing. They're waiting for whatever's left over from the franchise fee. Thank you, Miss. That was your idea. Whatever is over the $1.2 million, that's what we're going to use, because that's what we used last year, $135,000. That is not enough. You have to pave our roadways. Go to Cowpen Road right there. It looks like a rutted road in Homestead. It's disgusting. You're forgetting the people. You're forgetting the residents. roll back the rate now. So now you have to force them. Force the town administration to lower everything that is in this proposal.
Thank you, Meita.
Mayor and Council, 14636 Balgowan Road, Miami Lakes. I am president of the Santa Club of Miami Lakes, as most of you know. We've been in the community for 39 years, and we are a women's club whose mission is to stop domestic violence against women and children and sexual trafficking. Last year, in November, we had a lecture from the human trafficking unit from the state attorney's office. It was our first one open to the public. It was pretty well attended. So I'm asking permission again to be able to do this on October 6th, open it up to the community. This time I plan to hit the police departments, the firemen, and the principals at the schools so we can have them listen to this incredible. I know, Marilyn, you were here, and it's really, the movie is out now. I have not had a chance to see it, but it really touched a lot of people. And this is stuff that's happening locally in Miami Lakes as well as every community everywhere, and very strong in Miami. So I'm asking permission to be able to use the chamber on October 6th.
And Council, I'm actually, after we're done with public comments, I'm going to move up that report for the Zonta Club. So I'll do that. Once we're done with public comments, we'll move it up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening. I wonder when you're going to start listening to the town residents. Maybe one day. Angelo Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place in the town of Miami Lakes. What brings me here today, ladies and gentlemen, is something that some of you have not been looking at and have been overseeing it for a long time. How many of you all have the pictures that I got to you, that the clerk gave you? Do you have them all in front of you? So that way we can go along? I wish I had about 10 minutes to deliberate information that I've got for you, but I can't do this in actually 3 minutes. But I'll try to shorthand this and get as much as I can in those 3 minutes. That watch is moving fast. But anyways, the issue that brings me here today is the entrance of 67th Avenue. What I would like to do is propose to all of you to one day decide to get your shorts on, get some working clothes, and let's go out to that bridge and start cleaning it, because we do other things, right? So, again, I will send you a written idea of what I've got, so maybe we can do that. But why I am here right now is something extremely, extremely delicate. You have several individuals out there, several of them, that have a very serious illness under those bridges. I can tell you that because I brought medical to them at 2, 3 in the morning. One of them has a very severe case of crabs. One of them has open wounds. Those individuals, when unfortunately we move them from underneath those bridges, they walk over to Pollo Tropical. They come over to the library. They touch the knobs. They touch the doors of businesses. They sit on the bus benches where our children, we so talk about that we love our children. That's great. Why don't you think about that tonight? They touch all these knobs and all these things. They sit on these bus benches, which they have these diseases. And that's why I said, think about it tonight. I have an idea, but I cannot deliver it to you in 3 minutes, but I will deliver it to you on paper. If we can put a man on the moon and a doctor can remove an artificial heart, we should be able to be the first community to try to help these individuals. And I've got that idea. I can talk to you about sidewalks till tomorrow. I can talk to you about swale areas. We have probably the worst. Actually, one of the gentlemen that's running said it the other day. He travels around different parts of the town. But we're not going to talk about swale areas, because that's a total different animal. We're talking about the safety of this issue of these bridges. Look at those pictures. The most deplorable entrance to the gateway of our town. So take it seriously, because it's a real serious matter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelo.
Good evening, William Perez, 7167 Ballantrae Court. I want to talk about two things. The first is the millage. I read your report, town manager, and I concur with your recommendations. It should be kept the same. Folks have been talking about getting more and paying less. I did 32 years in the military. I've been under different administrations that tried to give us less when we were fighting a war for 15 years. You know what that got us? Dead Marines. You cannot do more with less. If you want more done, and you want safety and security, and you want good sidewalks, you got to pay for them. So, to my friends who have said otherwise, I've seen repercussions of bad fiscal governance. It is not pretty. Enough about that. Now, two other issues, or one actually issue. Fairway Drive. I live right off of Fairway Drive. You guys installed this beautiful flashing little thing. Being from my era, I do ride a bicycle every once in a while there, Councilman Diegues. When you hit that button, it just makes the car speed up. Off of the same thing happens in that crosswalk right near Running with Danny Park. As many times I got in that crosswalk and I've had to pull back because someone was they just speed up even though the signs are there. My recommendation is, because there's a pocket park right there, is I know when I was a kid here, every pocket park was a playground. Wherever we have pocket parks, let's put some speed bumps. I'm not too concerned about me, you know, I can jump out of the way. I'm concerned about the kids. So if you prioritize where you're going to be putting speed bumps, since everyone's complaining about it being in their neighborhoods, you know what? The kids need it to use the pocket parks, put it around the pocket parks, and you know what? That's going to actually slow them down because most of those are on straightaways anyway. So that's my recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good evening. My name is Maria. Good evening, Mayor and Council people. My name is Maria Sante. Instead, I have a loud voice.
Yeah, but it's so the residents at home that are watching online
Okay.
can listen in. And please state your name and address.
Good
Thank you.
evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Maria Santelices. I live in 15205 Dunbarton Place. I am here for two reasons. One of them is a guard gate. The original ordinance was approved by a vote of the majority of the homeowners, property owners, in 1995. We voted for specific services, and 7 individuals that are now deciding what to do with that money. Some of them are here to protest and clearly tell that the order to be approved today, second reading of the budget, Section 1, Special Taxing District, you are required to obtain the consent of the governed. And we are 841 property owners in that section on the west side of Miami Lakes that I'm talking about. The second part is the park, the beach park that is next to Dunbarton Place and Mente Terrace, which happens to be right next to my house, okay? I brought a lot of the complaints to my homeowners association, and I was told that it was not part of them, that it was part of your responsibilities. That park, we have children that have been cut because of glasses, because of the condition of the sidewalk. I had to call, I don't know how many times, to have a tree removed that was hit by lightning for a long time, and until I didn't threaten the town that I will sue you, it was not taken down. The day it was taken down, the whole sidewalk where that big tree was, it is a mess. We have seniors there going, and it is a liability, okay? We also have people on golf carts, but I'm not going to say people. I'm talking about teenagers going in golf carts. Last week on Tuesday, there were 2 golf carts. I was happening to go out to get my mail, and I said, listen, you're not allowed to be here. And both cars, there were at least 10 kids in all those 2 carts, okay? And one of them turned around and said, really? What are you going to do? I went inside. I called the police department, but then I said, Here I am by myself. I hung up because I was afraid that if the police came, they knew who was calling. So I let it go. The next day, there was a policeman around, and I told him, he says, you should never do that. Give us a call. And also, on Sunday, when I was coming home in the afternoon, there were 3 kids in golf carts going all over the place in the middle of the street. And these 2 golf carts that I was telling you, they were in the park. In that park, I'll show you because I don't know what this thing is called. I happened to be with my granddaughter in the park when I saw this in the park, under the playground. To me, I don't know if drugs or just, but it's that. Hold on, we have found condoms, we have found marijuana cigarettes. Something needs to be done in that park. Also, the trees, when Andrew, our whole section back there was locked down for 3 days because of the trees. That's when we learned that trees need to be air, not make pretty air so the air will travel. That has not been done. Also, there is an island in front of that beach park full of coconut trees, which they need to be trimmed. Nothing has been done. And I do call. I've been calling for a lot of these complaints. Oh, leave a message. I don't get a call back. None whatsoever. Okay? And one of the trees that I am worried about is full of coconuts, and coconuts do become a weapon during a hurricane season. Also, the drainage, the street drainage in front of my house is the only drainage for that whole section, including the park, the whole thing. And if you don't believe me, you can come and you'll see everything going, and the water goes all the way up to the garage door. Something needs to be done. That whole section is just sinking in. I had to call AT&T because about 2 or 3 weeks ago, the motor, the sprinkler, and all that was left the whole weekend, just drainage, and it had filled the AT&T box. I was with no Wi-Fi, nothing on my house. But I'm telling you, that area right there, back there, needs to be looked at. Like every time I hear about all this drainage that is going to be done, we need one back there. Thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Yeah, and if you want to give that to the police, maybe they can take it as evidence or use it. Yeah, whatever that was. I know you had said that you wanted to give it to the police, or it was, no, don't give it to me. I don't want that, but give it to one of our detectives. Stephen, welcome.
Hi. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, time staff. Stephen Herzberg, 16745 Northwest 84th Court. I'd say action-packed agenda, but I'm here to discuss what I know the most, and that's the issues with the Blasting Advisory Board. There's 2 matters. First, Councilman Fernandez's item. I think that's a great item. I think you heard from some of the same people that had to rebuild their walls or a fence to a cement wall, and then they're getting assessed more. It just doesn't make sense because of the reason they have to rebuild things is because of the damage that the blasting is causing. And I assume that that item will be approved by the council. It's a good item, and I thank you. Regarding Councilman Garcia's item as to the response letter, as you may know or received that the Limestone Association, Miami-Dade County, the Blasting Advisory Board has attempted to meet with them on multiple occasions, and their last response was basically, we don't want to meet with you. We will educate the citizens ourselves. You all can go on their website themselves. They indicate that if you open and close your bedroom door or nail a picture frame, that is doing more damage to your home than them putting in tons of TNT into basically our aquifer and groundwater. The response that is proposed by the Blasting Advisory Board is strong, but it's also fair. At the end of the day, I don't want to speak for anybody here, but I've never heard the board or any council member say that blasting needs to go away. We all know it's a very important industry, but they need to be good neighbors, and that's what this response says. As you all know, there was that event that was hosted outside the town last month with Mayor Cava. Many of you were there. I think that was a productive meeting, and we'll see if the mayor's office follows up with those action items. But ultimately, the town has always been the lead on this, with the help of the board and every member that's been part of this council since the board has been around. And we just need as much cooperation and help as possible. There is only so much that the town can do in a cooperation with the miners. At some time, the town needs to decide to take action, and hopefully that's something that the board can present to the town maybe at the next council meeting. But ultimately, I hope the two items on the agenda are passed. I don't know if I'll be able to stay the whole time to answer any questions specifically regarding the letter, but I think it sets the tone. It sets a tone that the town should be okay with taking, and that we're willing to compromise. But if they don't want to compromise, the town needs to protect its residents and continue to lead on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Good evening, everybody. Miguel Martinez, 18784 Northwest 79 Place. As we all know, I'm the chair of the Blasting Advisory Board, and I wanted to reiterate the statements from Stephen Herzberg regarding this letter. I think it's essential that we reply. It's showing a stance that we don't take a back seat to anybody, but a big but, we are willing to sit side by side to discuss the issue and find an amicable solution for everybody. It's still on the table, and we still hold that statement true. So again, I wish to ask for your support in that letter and approve it. And it needs to go to all pertinent parties, not just the miners, but Tallahassee, the mayor, the governor, the CFO, everybody listed on that bottom of the letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Claudia Lucis, 8220 Menteith Terrace, on the issue of the NSDs, or the special taxing districts, because after all, that's what it is, a tax. No, we don't want speed bumps at the entrance of our community for Section 1. If you really want to find out whether residents are in favor of this, then have all 871 of us vote on it. The reality is, what was installed were substandard equipment. That's what happened there. A puff of wind will take those little arm gates down. And now, we're the ones who have to pay for it. It wasn't broken before. Our old system worked fine. But now, we have to deal with this. So I ask that the town council respect the wishes, the votes of the people in Section 1 and allow us to decide. Because no, you do not know better, and no, 7 people should not have the right to make that decision for us. On another issue, talking about what the town should be focused on, and I know that I sent an email to the town manager on June the 23rd. I think one of the 3 have been addressed, so I thank you for that. The issue on Montrose Avenue, the crosswalk was not working. It's now working, so thank you for that. But there's 2 other issues. One is that little sinking of what is Montrose at the entrance of what is Mary Collins. I'm sure everyone here is familiar with it since you all campaigned in that location and heard multiple cars scrape at the bottom. I don't know what we're waiting for, maybe a sinkhole, and maybe then we'll address that. The third issue that I have a problem with is the overgrown shrubbery on Commerce Parkway between Lake House Villas and Villa Vizcaya. You walk by there, you have to play limbo. You have to duck because the branches are coming out. There's no way for you to be able to walk on that sidewalk. You have to now veer off into the grass to be able to cross there. That's unacceptable, and that's been like that for months, okay? Another issue, again, because we're talking about budget and things that the town should focus on. I know there's been a push for, security cameras at the entrance of our community. If you think that cameras are so important, then I invite, whoever's idea this is, put them where they make sense, on the thoroughfares. I don't need them inside my community. And I certainly don't need one exiting. This is one of the things that the NSD is taking into account. Again, nice way to funnel taxes through our neighbors rather than you guys do it, because then it doesn't look good on a campaign flyer. And the last issue that I am going to talk about is the issue with the wall on Montrose. That wall is caving in, the one that abuts Lake Glen Ellen. My understanding, it's a sidewalk issue. Part of it is the town's fault. These are the things that the town needs to focus in on. Bird sanctuaries are great if we have extra money, which I don't think we do. And lastly, I will say this, even though it hasn't happened yet, but I'm very happy to hear that Major Gonzalez, AKA the traffic whisperer, is our new major. And thank you to Major Ruiz for the many years of service. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia.
Anyone else wishing to speak, just approach the podium. In the meantime, I do see one participant online. If you are for public comments, please just unmute yourself, state your name and address for the record, and welcome to the regular council meeting.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we do. Welcome, Ms. Reyno.
Thank you very much. All I want is permission to speak during the ordinance second reading for the special taxing district, section 1.
Yes, according to the special rules of order, that is allowed, depending on mayor and council members, but yes, that is allowed. So during the discussion...
Thank you very much. So I will be offering my comments later. Thank you very much.
Of course, thank you. And I also want to state for the record, 3 written public comments received earlier in my office, one from Ms. Reynolds, which I forwarded to the mayor and council, and they're also here, and anyone from the audience that wants to read it, we have copies. We have a written public comment from Mr. Albert Aguiar, and we received another written public comment from Mr. Boris Foster, who Ms. Hope Reynolds was the one who forwarded to my office. So for the record, let it reflect that these 3 have been shared with the mayor and council members, and we have them here in case anyone from the audience wants to read them. And that is it for public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed. We're moving on to the Public Safety Committee report.
Mayor, you have appointments.
I did not see an appointment list, and it was under all these papers. So we have Christopher Locke to the Veterans Committee by Councilmember Luis Collazo. We have Daniel Gonzalez to the Economic Development Committee by Councilmember Tony Fernandez. Marietta Montt to the Cultural Affairs Committee by Councilmember Luis Collazo, and Francesca Ortega to the Blasting Advisory Board by Vice Mayor Carlos O. Alvarez. Any of the folks mentioned here tonight, any of the folks that were mentioned, those 4 folks are here tonight. They are not here, but thank you guys for volunteering and giving back to our community.
Yes, we have.
Oh, give it up. Thank you for volunteering and making, ensuring that our town continues to grow beautifully. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next one, which is a Public Safety Committee report.
Do we need a motion and a second on the list? Okay. Well, traditionally we have, so I just want to.
No. You guys changed the rules. Yeah, that now there was an opinion. We haven't done it like in 6 months. There was an opinion that appointments don't take a motion in a second, right? Parliamentarian. Where's Lorenzo? We need or Raul's there. So
he's out of town right now.
Parliamentarian got to step in. Brandon, go ahead. Yep.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. Brandon Diaz, 6600 Main Street. I gave Nancy the night off because obviously you guys did a great job of honoring her in the town, and we really appreciate it as a committee for you guys to do that. So I told Nancy, don't worry about the presentations to council. I'll hand that tonight. So for everybody on the record, Brandon Diaz, I'm the vice chairman of the Public Safety Committee. So Mayor and council, in front of you will have the 2022-2023 budget. That is the remaining items that we have broken down by line items. So that's the remaining funds that we have for the fiscal year as a committee. We had our police appreciation breakfast already. So those funds should be fully used. It's just pending whatever checks and pending charges that we have that should come through for that event. Pretty much everything else has been used up for the committee for the year as well. And I'll provide you guys with an update for the initiatives and events that we have coming up for the year now. So we are creating a new monthly PSA by PSC program. So we collaborated with the town's communications department to come up with monthly safety topics for the town. So you'll be seeing those coming out to the town's social media. We also decided to put out a very important message that we voted on in the committee, which is, most of us know July 1st, constitutional carry went effective in the state of Florida. So we thought as a committee what would be the best route of providing the right information out there. So we had Officer Amador in the meeting with us, so he gave us the recommendation of putting out what the Miami-Dade Police Department put out, so we just decided to vote on that and have the town share that on the town's social media, so we don't have to worry about creating our own message or worrying about any of that. So we've been noticing as a committee there's been a lot of break-ins in the town. A lot of people are not locking their doors, and we said to ourselves, how can we get that message out to the residents, which is a very simple lock it or lose it message. So we had budget dollars allocated for PSAs. So what we did was we created 3 video segments. The first one was lock it or lose it. The second was don't block the box. And the third was the LED crosswalks. So the first item was lock it or lose it. So a simple 9 p.m. routine to remind residents to lock their doors. The second item was don't block the box, meaning in our intersections in the town. And then the third was the new LED crosswalks, which I know the mayor and the council members, you guys have been working on that project. We noticed that these issues are issues that residents like myself don't even know about the LED crosswalks and how to properly use them. So that's one of the main items that we covered, which is the LED crosswalks law as well. So our committee, each of our members will be getting CPR training within the next couple of months, which is allocated in our budget dollars reflected there. And then our chair is also partnering with and attending monthly meetings with FDOT to make sure we collaborate with FDOT, even more specifically with regards to the Target Zero campaign. So Nancy's attending our monthly meetings that our transportation department has for the town to make sure the Public Safety Committee is on top of everything with regards to FDOT and any initiatives they have. So 3 last items I wanted to go over, which are future projects that the committee is working on. The first one is we are going to collaborate with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue to figure out how we can pay homage and respect to our firemen in service at Station 64. I got this idea from Chief Blanco that came to our cancer event. He mentioned to me that I think Station 1 has one, Station 64 doesn't have anything specific to the town. So the committee is going to figure out a way how we can collaborate with MDFR, because there's a lot of rules that the county has to get that done for the firemen here in the town. And then the other item that the committee voted on last meeting was a recommendation to the mayor and council to make sure that the Main Street curfew and the rules for minors ordinance can stay year-round. So it's not us, we don't know if that's an ordinance that the town currently has, so the committee wanted to make that recommendation to the mayor and council as a committee to see if we can look into that and if any council members wanted to bring that forward. So I'm not sure if that's an ordinance that we have currently in the town or something that we can do, but it's something that we wanted to bring in front of the mayor and council. So the last item is the HOA and Citizens Crime Watch program. So when the Public Safety Committee was created in 2009, the original resolution, I read it, was to collaborate with the different HOAs, I guess you could say, or the special taxing districts in the town. So we're going to figure out now how the committee can collaborate with the different HOAs to create somewhat of a Citizens Crime Watch in the town, so that whenever we have future dollars to do ad campaigns or videos, those different HOA presidents can come to our meeting and provide us with that information so that we can properly address that as a committee. With that, that is my report for public safety. So thank you for the time, Mayor and council members, and have a great night. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We appreciate you and appreciate the committee. We're on to the next item, and tonight is a historic night in our community. We're doing something that we've never done before in our town's 23 years of existence, and that's that we're having a badge pinning ceremony, right? Something that is incredibly special for you all, the police officers that are in attendance. I think it happens, it happens twice in your career, right? When you walk that stage as a young recruit and you get presented with your first badge, and then upon promotion. And tonight we'll be doing that promotion for our new major, Jose Gonzalez. Major Gonzalez began his career in his native New York City, where he was a member of the New York Police Department for 3 years, working in Midtown Manhattan and on citywide task force. His Miami-Dade police career started in Liberty City. His experience includes narcotics, robbery intervention and investigations, community policing in Kendall and elsewhere, and as a team leader and commander for a SWAT unit when he was promoted to lieutenant in 2014. I think part of that SWAT, he was also on TV for a while. He became pretty famous, so yeah. He also commanded a platoon in the North Side District. And at the Port of Miami, he was in charge of incident containment, dignitary protection, and other responsibilities. In Miami Lakes, Major Gonzalez will supervise 46 sworn officers and 4 civilian staffers. He is in the State Deferment Retirement Option Program and will retire in 2027, meaning we got him for a good amount of time here, which is awesome. He and his wife of 30 years have raised 4 sons who all played sports in the town of Miami Lakes. 2 are police officers, one for the same department that you serve today, and the other one for the city of Doral. And his other son, one of his other sons, Matt, is beginning a career in the fire service, and the 4th is a civilian. So every major, I've had an opportunity to serve with several majors here in the town of Miami Lakes, and every major brings with them something unique, something of value to our community. Major Gonzalez is a very special individual in terms of how he sees policing. He's someone who almost has that attitude that, hey, I got to make sure we take care of it at this level. And there are residents who call, I think, Angelo, you're one of them, who call and they're like, hey, there's this traffic issue. Major Gonzalez calls him and is like, meet me out there today and let's work on it together. And not only work on it together, but he takes the proactive approach of saying, something's happening with these traffic lights. Instead of sending an email, he finds the phone number of that traffic engineer in the Department of Transportation, be it in the county or in the state, and invites them out there, shows them the issue, and has literally worked on the timing issues on every intersection in our community. That type of attitude is something that I love to see, something that adds immense value to our community, and just the way that you take your time to embrace community policing and how you love our residents is something that we're so fortunate to have you now for several years leading our department, because I think leadership is contagious, right? So I think you're going to see more and more of that throughout the department. And at this point, if I could ask Major Gonzalez and Mrs. Gonzalez to join us up here.
There you go. First of all, I'd like to thank the manager, the mayor, and the council for having the confidence in me to carry the torch forward as the next commander for the town. I'd like to thank my family who's here, my sons, my wife, my extended family, my sister, and my grandkids. They're here too. And last but not least, my son Matthew, who is in Orlando watching. He started his career with the fire department up there, and he can't be here today, but thank you for watching. My staff, couldn't do it without you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you for all your hard work, dedication, and community policing to our community. I want to recognize my chief who's here tonight, Chief Eric Garcia. Thank you for coming, Chief. And Major Leo Rosselli from the town of Cutler Bay. Also the town staff, assistant town manager. And last but not least, a lot of my favorite residents that I work with, I have to mention them because that's really what it's all about, right? It's community policing. And these are people that I speak with constantly, that I'm always trying to work on quality of life issues and security issues in the town. And I really point them out because they really care. I mean, I know everybody here cares, but there's some that I have to talk about above and beyond. One is Angelo Garcia. Thank you for coming. I know you've been under the weather. I appreciate you coming to support me. Claudia Lucis, Mirta Mendez, Dr. Bennett, who's not here, Hope Reynolds, Harold, I think you're here, Harold. Lynn Matos, my great friend. We always work together on special projects and making things better for the community. Abel Fernandez, who he couldn't be here tonight, but I appreciate him always being in contact with me, getting things done. And Ann, thank you, Ann Little. We always work together on making things safer in the Main Street area. And everybody else, if I didn't mention your name, thank you very much. And I look forward to working more with you in the future. Thank you.
new major's supposed to wait till the end of the council meeting, about 1 o'clock, but since his family's here, we moved everything up to do his
Thank
report.
you.
No problem.
Good to have a little dinner after this. And then they get to watch me do this. Good evening, everyone. Your new town commander, Jose Gonzalez. I'll give you the crime report, police report for the month of June. We've had auto theft decrease and theft decreased for the month of June. We continue with the golf cart education on the weekends. Just talking to the kids, explaining to them that October 1st, the law changes where they have to have a learner's permit or a driver's license, and if you're an adult, you have to have some sort of ID to be driving a golf cart on the road. We continue with the traffic initiative, the enforcement for speeding on 87th Avenue, Fairway, and other locations of concerns. We also continue with the high visibility burglary detail at nighttime that we've been successful with. We just completed our 4th of July event. It was very successful. We had a great turnout from the community. It was very high turnout, and it was very good. We had no incidents, and our security detail worked well with that. And we're also continue to work with our local business partners with enhanced security details in the Main Street area. That's been working very well for the summer initiative with the kids and everything, running around. We've been able to do some enhancement security details that we've gotten some great praises from, and we'll continue to do that. And with that, I leave for any questions.
So what's the first thing that you're going to do as major? Like what's...
He's going to have dinner. That's the first thing he's going to do.
Appoint his replacement. He
Yeah.
starts July 24th.
The new lieutenant starts July 24th. I'll continue with the wonderful things that we've been doing, just to continue to enhance the security for the town, finish the LPR project, continue to work with the community, get training for our officers, and equipment, and funding. But that's what we need to operate at a top level police department.
Any more
Thank you.
questions? I know you guys had, no, not?
I just want to say congratulations. We're lucky to have you. Go enjoy your family tonight and celebrate.
Thank you. Good.
Huh? Pass the bills to your sons tonight.
Yeah. They make money now. Off the payroll, off my payroll.
Congrats, Major. Have a good night. So we're moving on to the micro-mobility item that was pulled by Councilman Josh Diegues.
Yeah. Olivia Schock is going to be her initiation to public speaking here. She works together with Susana with transportation and transit.
All right, I think they've quieted down. But hello, yes, I'm Olivia Schock from Planning and Transportation. I'm covering for Susanna tonight, although she is on Zoom. Oh yes, my presentation is up. So yes, I'm here to give the micromobility report to y'all. As you've seen in the memo, we're just seeking direction for our pilot program and how we'd like to move forward. So I just have a short presentation with some data about how it's gone to keep you guys informed. So let me make sure this clicker works. It does, perfect. So just a little bit about our users. We see a lot of repeat users. People are using it on average about 3 times a month, so a little less than once a week. Majority of the rides occur in the evening. This is telling us that people are tending to use this service semi-regularly, but it's mostly for recreational or going to patronize local businesses rather than their primary mode of transportation. So here we have a couple of graphs that we've received from HELBIZ about time of day the trips are happening and average trips during the month. Then we have, oh perfect, it did change. So for our overall trips per month in 2022, we averaged around 1,300 trips with scooters and wheels, which were the little seated scooter vehicles, making up the majority of our rides. The bikes were introduced in July 2022, and that's when you see an uptick in the ridership on those. But there were a total of 15,665 trips in 2022. So that's giving you an idea about how many people are using it. So for the average distance and time of rides, most riders in the communities are using these for pretty short trips, about 0.8 to 2 miles during their trip. Most people are using them when, you know, a car might not be necessarily practical or needed, but it's still a slightly longer walk for folks. And although scooters are generally the more popular device among users, bikes tend to be chosen for longer rides when people are commuting greater distances in the community. And then my last data slide for you guys is just about where are people traveling. So we're seeing that the riders and the devices are concentrated around our business sectors. So people are using them mostly in shopping centers and around restaurants. And I can expand these maps and share this with you guys so you can exactly zoom in and see where these are being used. But that's primarily where we see the most ridership on these. It's less in residential communities. And then last but not least, I know you guys mentioned having some reservations about the parking and kind of general scatteredness of the scooters along sidewalks and things like that. So I just put together a couple of options for things you guys could consider if you do decide, or however you decide you'd like to move forward with the program. So one of the options that was used in the city of Miami and in other communities that have these scooters that experience similar issues was parking corrals. So you can see the images on there. They have little stickers with drop zones, or they have just painted corrals that we encourage people to do there. I know in the city of Miami, they didn't make them mandatory, but they encourage people on the app to please try to find one of these parking corrals, and it helps concentrate those into more condensed areas so they're off of sidewalks and don't become a tripping hazard. And then another option would just be scooters or bike racks, and that's something that we could install throughout the community, and again, make them so they're not quite mandatory for people, but encourage people to park their devices in these more organized fashions. And these solutions can range from pretty cheap. The stickers on here range from $15 to $20, depending on how many you want to purchase. I did just some preliminary research on what these would cost. Nothing, no extensive bid searching or anything like that. But you can come up with pretty inexpensive solutions to try to help mitigate this. Or the bike racks can run, you know, $200 to $400, depending on, again, how many you purchase and where you'd like to install them. So, yeah, just some preliminary data to decide how you'd like to move forward. Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you on the encouraging of the user to either park them in the appropriate locations or whatnot. Are there any other municipalities that have this as a mandatory feature where you have to return the scooter to a particular location? Is there any way to do that, to make that mandatory?
So I believe unless you're talking about a thing like City Bike where they are in these corrals where you do have to return the bike specifically to that would be more on the side of what company you choose to go with for that. If it is a system that instead of being, what's the term I'm looking for? Sorry. Where they're, yes, right. As assume where they're dockless or docked. So if it is docked, they are required to do that. But if they're dockless, all we can do on our end is encourage it. And I know they saw some success with people, especially when you have drop zones listed on the map of encouraging people to go there. But at the end of the day, that would be on the company's side of making it mandatory.
And this company that we're currently using, do they have that system where you'd have to return it to a dock?
No,
they do not.
They only offer dockless options, and there's a lot of debate about kind of pros and cons of docked versus dockless micromobility programs, and that can be a whole debate within itself about which one's better. On the docked side, you have to return it to specific areas so you can concentrate them and be able to use them anywhere. The dockless allows for people to go to any location that they need and offers more flexibility for the user. In the current company we're using, no, they do not offer any docked solutions. They just do a dockless.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't seen, and I'm not aware of a dock system for scooters. At least I haven't seen it. I know that I rented in Coconut Grove this past weekend the city bikes with my daughters, and and where you're gonna enforce that, that's gonna be impossible to enforce. And we already have the challenge of the golf carts. That's gonna be impossible to enforce with policing. But where you're gonna impact folks is in their pocket. And that's where the dock system comes in, that you don't return it, you have to put your debit card in or your credit card, and obviously you're paying a fee for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you don't return it, you'll be charged an additional fee. So the positive of the dock system is that the way that it gets enforced is hitting people's pockets.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, something to think about. And some of these solutions there are probably inexpensive. I particularly don't have an issue where they leave them, because I think the company we use does a good job every week of collecting them and
They collect them
putting them in-
daily and
right.
restage
even
them
better.
multiple times a day. They're there. If I send them an email or a complaint
Yeah.
with where a scooter is located, they're there within 2 hours to remove
Right.
it and restage the devices.
Right, and people, I think we're just gonna put, I'd rather police focus on the real stuff that we do than, enforce something for somebody not returning a scooter to like a corner, right? I think we have to focus on what the priorities are of law enforcement. And for me, at least in my opinion, it's not making sure that somebody returns the scooter to a dock.
Yeah, and for me, speaking with the manager earlier, I think he had a good idea that him and staff were, kicking around about potentially, if we were to deploy some kind of docking system, putting them perhaps at the pocket parks, which seems to dovetail nicely with the map that you provided, putting them at the pocket parks, putting them at major commercial areas. And then I have seen it, at least in Coral Gables, that when you're driving around on scooters, it confines you. Obviously, it's geofenced to confine you to certain areas. And if you don't park within that area, then the ride continues to move, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it continues charging you until you properly, place the scooter.
Yeah.
So perhaps if we do embark on a program of actually installing these docking stations, perhaps that would be the solution. Just that they're required to return it to one of these nearby docking stations before the ride will turn off, because as the Vice Mayor pointed out, nothing speaks or moves you more than your pocketbook, right, and your pocketbook being affected. I think also what I would like to see us do more, because I have seen it where I know that under the contract they're supposed to every day pick up the scooters and reorient them, fix them up, but that's not always happening. So perhaps we need to be a bit more active as well in staying on top of them with the contract management to ensure that they are doing that. Because I know by me, there's been days where I'll see the same scooter in the same location by my neighbor's house for like 3 days before it gets removed.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe staying on top of them is something else we can do to alleviate some of the resident complaints in their interim, and then continue exploring these other ideas as the manager pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Are the majority of the micromobility devices we use the scooters?
I would say that's definitely the most popular, and it's also the most abundant that we have in our community, as the company that we were using has tried to increase the presence of scooters and reduce the presence of bikes, although that's just what they prefer, because that's what riders usually tend to use more, so they make more money when there's more scooters. So I would say that's the most popular device, but that's also the device can colloquially say I get the most complaints about.
So, and to maybe address the concerns that Councilwoman Ruano had, can we explore, I know we're going to either put this to bid or renew with them, can we inquire if they do have a bicycle dock system?
A bicycle, you say lock system? Oh,
Dock
dock
system.
system. This company does not.
Does
That
not.
would have to be another company that does this company is specifically a dockless mobility company, so they don't offer any services for that.
Got it. Okay.
Vice Mayor, one option that, and really, so at the end here, when we finish the discussion, we're looking for direction from the council as to how you want to proceed. Obviously, one option would be, hey, we don't want this anymore, we can just kill the program. But what we can do is we can reissue a temporary license to HellBiz so that there's no interruption of service, and then go out to an RFP and put a lot of those specific parameters in there about docking stations and those kinds of things, and see what happens. Maybe we get nobody bid on it, right? But because maybe the industry is going away from the docked option, we're not sure. But maybe then it'll give us time to develop a proper RFP with the wishes of the council expressed in the RFP, with some of the concerns that we have, and maybe that could be the answer. And if that's the direction from the council, we can do that. whichever way the council wishes to go, we'd like to have some type of a motion so we have direction moving forward.
So, Ed, real quick, so if we go out to the RFP process and we don't find the vendor that appeases, like, you know, some of the dock station, like Marilyn brought up, Councilman Morano, can we then, do we have the option to stay with HellBiz, or if we go to RFP, we lose?
Yeah, I mean, you always, the procurement process, we have the procurement process that we have, right, with certain rules and what, everywhere in there, right, for certain exceptions, right, we try not to do it, but this council always has the option to waive procurement because of difficulties. We had to do it with the entry feature here on 67th Avenue because we were having issues finding the vendor that could do it at the right price for the design that we were looking for, et cetera. So there's exceptions, but you do have at your disposal the ability to waive procurement rules and then award to certain companies based on extenuating circumstance, which would be something like that. So we can move forward with a temporary license to just renew and keep HellBiz for the meantime. Let everybody know we're going out to bid again, develop the proper RFP, go out to bid, and we can put a lot of the parameters. If we get no takers, then we can rethink, either modify the RFP and go out a second time with changes, or we can negotiate something with HellBiz to extend their temporary license and make it a more permanent license. So
Okay.
that all those options are at your disposal.
And when does the contract expire?
It has just expired. It's just a license with them. We don't have a formal contract with them at this time, so that would be the next process because it was a pilot program. So
Got it.
moving into if we want to adopt a contract with them, extend the license, or pursue other options.
Okay, that's good to know. I mean, and again, for the record, I'm in full support of our micromobility program. I think it's a great asset to have here in our town. But you know, maybe to your point, we can look if there is something at least for the bikes, and you know, then we can have a discussion here and go from there.
Hi, Mayor. I have some remarks.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, from what I've seen from the program in the beginning, when this first went out to bid, my major concern was safety and making sure that there was a company, and you know, looking to see what companies had safety, I guess, preemptive safety measures, like who had a helmet, who didn't have a helmet. And, you know, from the performance so far, that's kind of been ameliorated because I haven't heard anything from the police department that there's been any issues regarding safety in particular. The number one complaint that I do get from residents, and this is a lot of them, is when they're left haphazardly on the street or thrown on the sidewalk or on a swale and really just abandoned, or they looked abandoned. And I know the company comes back and picks them up, but almost to the point where you can be a user, you leave it standing right, and then somebody comes and makes a point to kick them, right? So I like that idea that was presented, some type of measure where these things are not kind of abandoned on a swale or kind of kicked over and kind of left in a haphazard fashion. So I'd be interested when this goes back out to bid, if that's something that could be addressed through the procurement process, whether it be through like a clustering, you know, that you leave them in these particular areas, right? Or if maybe there's some type of, you know, you got to take a picture. Hey, I left it upright and somebody came along and kicked it over later. But I believe that's kind of the biggest pet peeve. And when you look at other cities where people have actually kind of started growing against this movement, like in San Francisco, where people actually started throwing them over the bridge, right, and into water, and to kind of vandalizing the vehicles. I found one myself in a lake one time, right? But you know, I think overall it's getting some utilization, but if there's something that we can do to address that part, you know, the being haphazardly left on a swale or kind of abandoned or even being vandalized, I think that would be something that I would like addressed in the procurement process.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Fernandez, and I got a few words on this.
I have a quick question, and it's okay if you don't have it in front of you. You can follow up with it later. Do you have the number of individual users that have used the system?
Let me see if I have it on my I do not know if we have the exact number of individual users in front of me.
It's okay. You can get it to me
No,
later.
it's okay. I was trying to see if I could see on here. We do have, I know there was about like 55 or 60 unlimited users, and then you do see like some repeats, but if I would have to get back to you on the exact number, but if I'm remembering correctly, it was approximately like, I think 5,000 or 6,000, because we do have a lot of people that use it, again, semi-regularly.
But and definitely if you have that, more detailed as far as,
Yeah.
who the super users are, and then who, if you can get that to me, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, my only concern, I mean, I see this is part of the potpourri of options when it comes to micromobility, right? Mobility in general. My issue has always been that these companies don't see Miami Lakes as a fruitful endeavor, right? I mean, that's just the reality, where there might not be a lot of users. Happen with when we had Spin, it started getting a lot of utilization, and they just, I guess, couldn't capitalize on that, and they tried to sell their model, and they were like, we're out of this market. So I don't know, it's just something, are you concerned about that as well, that our ecosystem isn't, our utilization maybe isn't that strong long term to keep these types of companies here? That to me is the most important thing, because I've just seen a lot of these companies just pull out of smaller markets and focus where their bread gets buttered at the bigger markets.
Absolutely. We're always going to have, just in the nature of having a smaller population, that there's always going to be less opportunity for them to make millions of dollars per like City of Miami contract and things like that. I would also say I know that the market for micromobility companies has been kind of up and down in the last several years as it got very popular, and then you kind of saw a lot of these startups start to crash a little bit, and now there seem to be like a couple core companies that are here for the longevity of it. And I know we've had talks with Helbiz previously where they do have concerns about profitability and things like that, which is why they try to focus more on the scooters. But I would say in general, I know they would like to stay here, and I know companies would like to have a presence in a lot of these areas, purely I think because the more communities they have a presence in, the better their continuity is, coverage. If you have coverage in Miami Lakes and Hialeah and all of these things, people can kind of use them more. So I think there's an incentive for them to want to be here to expand their market, but I would say we're always going to take a slightly lower seat and priority to a large market.
One thing that might be able to work is when you look at these contracts going forward, is analyzing the artificial barrier that exists on 170th between us and PSN and Country Club of Miami, because if you add that market in there, then now it starts changing those options of mobility, right? So, because that's one of the biggest issues they have, that once you hit the 170th, if a kid wants to go to the pool, right, if he has pool practice, whatever, at PSN, and you hit 170, it turns off, right? So that's something to look at in the future, to expand that net, which will make it, that much more better for the users and then for our options as a local government. So.
Absolutely, and that's just up to whatever the company who they have license with. So if we wanted to, we could look at these companies and see who surrounding us they have licenses with.
I'm good. Perfect.
Yeah.
Anyone else?
Just quickly, I was going to mention something equally. Work with the cities of Hialeah, our neighbors, to expand that, the geofencing. So it'll be to their benefits to service us, because some of our scooters are going to go to our neighbors' cities. Also, micromobility to me is a main part of our future transportation plans. And to me, it's not an afterthought. It's, hey, this is going to be part of it. You already have the maps. You know where where the main people travel to. So to have docking or geofence docking in the parks, in the major shopping centers is a no-brainer, right? So 100% I'm for that. So I thank you for the presentation. It was a very good presentation.
Yeah.
Councilman Ruano, and then we'll close with this item.
Thank you. My final question that I needed to run by you, with regards to private communities, I know that we've had issues where some of the scooters are they are driven to a private community and then left inside, and then the company cannot pick them up because they don't have access to the private community. Councilmember Dieguez was talking about that geofencing and possibly excluding some of those communities where the company would have a hard time picking up at some point. So when you are looking at these other options, if you could consider talking to the companies about that as well, and see maybe they have a different way to address it, because they must have this issue in other municipalities as well, and if not, to perhaps embed something in the system where we won't have that issue, because sometimes a scooter will be left for days because it's in a location that the company at night doesn't have access to.
Yeah, absolutely. We can do, there's different types of geofences. So you can do a no parking geofence where the scooter can't be left there. It'll warn the person and just continue their ride until they get out of that restricted area. So it's definitely something we can pursue with this company and with if we any future endeavors.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Your presentation was wonderful.
Anything else?
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and move to grant temporary authorization to our current scooter provider for a year to allow them to continue operating, and again, to ensure there's no disruption of service to those residents that are currently using it. I'll start with that motion first.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Thank you. And for the second motion, it is to direct the town staff to go ahead and begin an RFP process for a new regular provider. Again, could end up being the same company, but just to go ahead and open up the RFP process. But I would like to also include as part of those parameters what Councilwoman Rano and I spoke about, which is potentially closing off access to gated communities. So I wanted to include that in there as well.
I'll second.
If there's sufficient direction in this, I would like to see the wording of the RFP come back to us before it goes out, because what happens a lot of times is that our procurement ordinance, it means well, but it's so over cumbersome that you hit it on the head, you get one person bidding because it's almost, so I just want to see that, because I don't want to go out and we're in the same place again. I'd rather go out and see what really the marketplace is, not government marketplace.
I'm actually not in disagreement with that. I'd actually like to also see, potentially if we add a couple other things in there, depending on whether or not we choose to move forward with, a proposal, for example, to have docking stations. So I'll withdraw that motion and make a new one, which is simply to direct staff to prepare an RFP for a new provider, but to come back to the council prior to going out for competitive bidding, to come back to us and show us what the parameters are of that micro-mobility program.
Second.
I have a quick question,
Councilman.
Councilman. Instead of denying, I know you mentioned not having the scooters in those residents, but there's a lot of parks, and they're pretty big communities. We consider just allowing them in to pick up instead of denying the entire community access to scooters?
Right. Well, I mean, I wasn't talking about, for example, Miami Lakes Section 1 or Loch Lomond.
Okay.
Right, those have free access. I was talking about, Royal Palm, Gramercy Park, Silvercrest. Some of them they don't even have manned gates at this point. Regatta Point, exactly. Okay. And so some of these, even if we want to grant them access, they've moved to guardless gates, so there's no one there that would be able to give them access.
All right, thank you.
All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're moving on to the next item, which is the consent calendar. Are there any motions?
I'll move it.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Mayor, I think you ordered, in the order of business, I think you mentioned the Zonta report to be discussed. I think it was Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes, if there's no objection, I'm just going to take it out of order real quick. It was an item that we've already approved previously. It's a report. It's more of a report, but it's actionable. The Zonta Club utilizes our chamber once a year. I just want to make sure that continues going forward. They were told, they were directed by staff that they need council approval to utilize the chamber once again this year. So I just want to make a motion to allow the Zonta Club to utilize their chamber once again.
I'll
Second the motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back onto the ordinances, first reading, which are none. Now we're on to the ordinances in second reading, which are a public hearing. Item 12A.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving adopting a non-ad valorem assessment role for special taxing districts, approving, adopting, and ratifying special assessment district rates for special taxing districts, including but not limited to security guard and multi-purpose maintenance, providing for severability and providing for an effective date.
This is a public hearing. Item 12A is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak? You come on up.
Esperanza Reynolds, may I speak now?
Yes, go ahead and welcome, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you. 8465 Mendies Terrace. On June 20th, Section 1 property owners met and we discussed that for 43 years we have guided our community by voting for everything we do, starting with our 1995 homesteaded only property owners, the majority of which created the Gargate Special Taxing District. We concluded that something has gone terribly wrong since the town of Miami Lakes took over the administrative control of our district, because 841 property owners have not been allowed to vote, and yet 7 individuals advise the council, and the council makes decisions that we have not been given an opportunity to vote for. At the June 6, 2023 council meeting, the council, for the first time, did not automatically rubber stamp the projects and budget proposed by the Section 1 Neighborhood Service District. Council oversight is greatly appreciated when the Section 1 committee has begun to wander into areas and projects that are outside the scope and purpose of the ordinance establishing the district. Have you read the original ordinance? It cannot be overstated that the council's oversight is critical to prevent the unbridled taxation of Section 1 property owners. Non-ad valorem taxation does not have the homestead and other caps that protect property owners from unchecked increases. Last year, Section 1 tax increase was by 64%. Thanks to the council's action, this year's proposed budget has no increase. However, 2 issues could be clarified to protect the owners from an unchecked committee and taxes. The council passed Resolution 201654, Section 26, to protect homeowners by limiting carryover surpluses larger than 10% from being accumulated and carried from year to year. This was to prevent the overtaxation of the owners. On the record, let's remember what you defined on Section 26, and that is the contingency reserve. Each special taxing district shall budget 10% of their annual budget for contingencies. The committee interprets the ordinance to mean the minimum surplus is 10%, rather than the maximum surplus being no more than 10%. In addition, the committee inflates their budget items and Section 1 owners' taxes by over-budgeting expenses. For example, the guardhouse renovation expenses are one of the depositories for additional surplus and taxes on owners. This council is our elected constitutional officers to delegate the important taxing authority to a 7-owner, and usually is only 4 that are present, committee is a disservice to the other 834 property taxpayers. This was written by Boris Foster. This is in essence the public comment submitted by him, and rather than reinvent the wheel, I thought I should read it into the record. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Esperanza.
Hi, Keith Halprin, a door knock round Miami Lakes. I'm here to reiterate some of the points I sent to you in an email, I think actually in 2 emails on the special tax districts. And rather than go into the specifics, I would like the town to think about some of the broader issues. And those issues are really twofold. Reserve funds and, for lack of a better term, management fees. You use a 10% factor for each. And so, for instance, in Loch Lomond, which has about 185 homes, with one guardhouse, the town has an annual fee that's twice the annual fee you have for managing 800 and something homes in District 1. That just can't be. It doesn't make sense. And when you go back and you look historically at what the town charged, it used to be there was a direct cost, which was about $6,600. And then there was something called an indirect cost, which was kind of elastic, and it would go up and down to get to an overall cost of 10%. And as I asked you in my letter, does the town see the special tax districts as a revenue opportunity? If you do, then tell us, and then what you're doing makes sense. But if the real idea is here is you're supposed to be managing this at cost, more or less, then charging 10% across the board makes absolutely no sense. And again, the example in the town in Loch Lomond, where we have a higher number of security guards who get paid more, our fees are higher. Well, that's not costing the town anymore. You're sending out the same check every month to the contractor. And that same measure doesn't work when you have this 10% contingency fund. I mean, the fact that Loch Lomond has an extra security guard that we pay whatever an hour as opposed to a lower fee doesn't mean that our contingency fund should be higher. And I make the same comparison. Compare the contingency fund for Loch Lomond, which has less traffic, only 180 some residents, with the contingency fund for the other districts. Ours is twice as much. What really should happen, the contingency fund should be based on what the actual expected costs might come, unanticipated costs. A gate may break. A roof may need to be repaired. When I think it's about 97% of the budget is actually the contract cost. It makes no sense to take 10% of a whole budget when that other piece is 3% of the budget is what may fluctuate based on expenses. So those are the questions I'd like to leave you with. I don't know if you can do it this year, but certainly next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Are there any other folks wishing to speak online? Any other folks? If there is, please come on up. This is an ordinance in second reading, so if there is anyone, please come on up. Seeing none, the public hearing is closed. Are there any motions on the table?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second it.
Discussion on this item, Councilman Ronald and Councilman Diegues. And then Councilman Collazo, whenever you want to speak, just jump in.
So with regards, I'm going to speak with regards to the communities that have reached out to me or the individuals that have reached out to me directly. So I don't have comments on Royal Oaks. My comments, I'm going to begin with the comments on Miami Lakes Section 1. I attended a meeting where we discussed the ordinance, the original ordinance that was utilized to create these special taxing districts. And the ordinance is pretty narrow with regards to the scope of what these districts were created for. And like some of the residents said here this evening, that is what those residents voted for. They agreed to create these districts and tax themselves for a very specific purpose. So there's things on this budget that to me are outside of that scope that I would like to see removed at this point. I'm going to go through the things that I think should not be here. Landscaping, for one, I know that we made an effort to beautify. I'm on Miami Lakes Section 1. So there is the speed humps, for sure. I've heard nothing but negative comments about installing speed humps. I don't think that that's going to curtail the damage to the arms. So that's something that I think is outside the scope. That's more of a traffic calming device. And I feel that that's outside the scope of the ordinance. The changing of the flowers, the beautification of the changing of the flowers, there is landscaping there, and I believe that it's pretty generic year-round landscaping. I don't think that they should be creating anything with regards to swapping out flowers. That's more of a private community type of expense or a private community type of endeavor, right, where the HOAs look into, beautifying and adding things like that. But with this ordinance, it is specific to a gate and a guard. And so I feel like that's outside the scope of the ordinance. With regards to the gate arm repairs of $10,000, do you know where that budget, that estimate came from? The $10,000 for gate arm repairs?
Good evening, Jeremy Bagdon, Director of Parks and Recreation. Yes, we're using last year's actuals and previous year's actuals to get to that number. And we've slowly actually exceeded that number slowly but surely over the past few years.
And is that because of the new LED light gate arms versus the wooden arms that were there in the past?
There's always been a good series of vehicle hits on the gate arms since before when the county turned it over in the original system as well.
Right, but with this new system, the repairs are more expensive.
I'd have to
regards
take, I'd
to
have
the-
to take a look at the previous and how the county managed it with a previous provider to see. and
Council
pull
member,
those-
in fiscal year 21, 22, the actual for the gate arm repairs was 9,328. It actually,
Did we have the new arms? We didn't have the new arms at
not
that
in,
point.
no, so that was with the
Okay.
old arms. It actually was high.
Okay.
So we
And-
actually budgeted a little less than last year's budget, but I don't know, we don't have a year to,
We don't have the year-to-date for this. Okay, I mean, the
Correct.
gate arms are part of maintaining that,
year-end projection is at 68.
Okay,
So it appears, and I'm sure that it would probably be prudent to give it a year or two of experience to see
Mm-hmm.
what the effect of the new LED light is, to see if it is helping to reduce the price. That's why I think
Okay.
that the budget of 10,000 was there, because of the pre-LED experience.
okay. And with regards to the guardhouse renovations, I know that the guardhouse was renovated last year, was painted, it was beautified. What are these renovations that are in this budget for this year? 11,000, and I'm sorry, I'm using my magnifying glass because these numbers are so tiny that it has nothing to do with my age. It's just that the print is too small. It says guardhouse renovations, $11,282. Do we know what those are going to be?
That's for the future planning of things that we're doing like in Royal Oaks right now, that's some of the electrical being fixed, that's some of the roofing if it needs to be fixed and so forth. It's kind of a placeholder is what has been used as before with carry forward funds. So it's been held there for future planning of any other capital improvement projects that need to happen on the guardhouse.
Okay, but this is from carry forward funds. This is not part of, or this is part of the.
It's in the budget, it's been held, that line item has been held for these type of projects. It's not designated with identified right now what specific project we're going to be doing this fiscal year. It's just been held there.
Okay, and with regards to previous years, so is this like an accumulating figure that every year there's this amount is going into?
It's whatever the surplus tends to be, if I'm not mistaken.
So whatever the surplus tends to be doesn't go back in contingency, it's just placed in a, because
Correct.
that's another
It's-
question that I
it's-
have is regarding the contingency.
Correct. It's usually been left up to the board to consider if they want to either reduce the amount or if they want to keep that amount for any future projects.
Okay, so that was one of, thank you, Keith, thank you. I just needed to bring my iPad. So that was one of my other questions. Every year we budget 10% for contingency reserves. But if there's a surplus, that also goes into contingency reserves?
It does not necessarily go into contingency reserve. Whenever we meet with the board, we advise them, you have this extra. You can decide as a board, which all of you appoint each member on the board, to return the funds to the community. Now, what a lot of the districts end up doing is that they end up saying, well, you know what, we have some thoughts that we want to...
That's a problem.
Yeah, we have
There's no room for thoughts. There truly isn't, and I appreciate, Pat is here from Miami Lakes Section 1, and he's one of our committee members, and I appreciate, the creativity, but these are very specific purpose, special taxing districts, so if there's money left over, then the 10% contingency for the current year should be reduced, because there should be a 10% contingency overall. It should not be allocated to pet projects, it should not be kept as a placeholder. This is how I interpret these special taxing districts. And that's why, as part of this conversation, I want to fully understand what it is that is happening so that I know if this is the way that the direction that we should be going in or not. So they decided that they had $11,282 left over from the previous year, and they decided to hold it for future renovations to the guardhouse. And then implement a 10% contingency in this year's.
The 10% is a requirement.
Correct, but this 11,000 can be part of that 10%.
It can be.
It can be, okay. So that's what I would like to see. Because if the guardhouse requires renovations, that's what the 10% contingency is for. So we do not need 10% plus 11,000 or 10% plus 20,000 or anything like, to me, I would like to see it be 10%, and whatever's left over is just left over.
The council can also decide to ratify that 10% and maybe make it 5%.
Well, I mean, to me, we should stick to that 10%, but we should pay attention to what's happening to the surpluses from previous years. And I think that's something that at least I haven't done before.
So we go based off what the board
What the
is
board
recommending.
decides, correct.
So the proposal is based on what the board is recommending. So
Correct. But since the ultimate decision is left to us, for me, in this particular case, and I'm only looking at Miami Lake Section 1, and I don't want to spend 5 hours on this. To me, the 10% should include that 11,282, which means that this 27 would go down by 11, and then, so that, do I, Mr. Manager, would you like me to do this by way of?
Yeah, you can make motions
Mm-hmm.
to amend, one by one, and that way it'll be less confusing. You can get one item done at a time. But I want to just bring some to your attention. The actual carry forward amount, if you look up in the revenue section, the last item under the carry forward is actually 24,000. Only a portion of that is being used in that for the guardhouse renovations.
So where does the rest of the 24,000 go?
I need to have that in front of me. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Would you like the iPad? Would you like to use Keith's iPad?
Here.
I'm sorry, Melissa.
Yeah, it might be easier for them to have their own copy, so we can move faster.
Right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Speed humps is one.
So the estimated year-end projection shows a surplus of 24,417.
So I can definitely speak into the 6,800. Just this week, I've already gotten a purchase order modification to increase that 6,800. However, at the time that this was done.
Okay.
So that 10,000 for next year is pretty spot on.
Pretty accurate. Okay, so then the
Yes.
10,000 for next year in gate arm repairs is not something that we should alter then.
Now, if you want to remove the speed humps, that 4,000, you can make a motion to remove that. And then also a motion to remove the 11,000. And then that would essentially reduce the.
So if
rate
I may ask my colleagues, would you like me to make a motion for each one so that we can discuss them individually, or just one motion with all of my thoughts and then we move from there?
If I may,
Yes.
recommendation, for example, on the gardening, the landscaping, for example, I think that's going to be an objection you're going to have to all of them. So maybe that would be an appropriate motion to apply to all of them, for example, right? And then for the speed humps, which I think they're proposing specifically for section one, make it specific to that one, but this way.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to remove the speed humps, $4,000 speed humps, from this proposed budget for Miami Lake Section 1.
I'm going to second it with some comments.
Councilman Dieguez, then I'll go.
And I've actually been walking the Section 1 area, after hearing that there was a petition circulating regarding the speed hump issue and everything else, and I haven't gotten yet over to Claudia and to Boris's side of Lake Menteith yet, but walking that area, including speaking to other residents that live there, like my sister, most of them kind of, don't care strongly either way about the speed humps. When you talk to them and say, well, the theory is that it'll help reduce people driving through the gate arms, most people are like, well, I guess in that case it's okay, but at least it's been pretty indifferent. However, I think to the point that Keith has made and others have made, these special taxing districts were formed for a very specific purpose, and that was to have a certain level of security within the areas that they are guarding, right? So I'm going to support the motion, on that basis, and also, again, because so far the people I'm knocking on doors with kind of don't feel strongly one way or the other about it. So if anything, that's something we can come back to later, and maybe that's a question you can tell the advisory boards that if there's something they want to do additional, maybe that's a question to include in the yearly right track, wrong track survey, if they have a specific additional request that they want. And then, again, that's a community survey right there to solicit feedback and a de facto vote of the residents in the affected district. But I just wanted to throw that out there that at least most residents that I've spoken to so far in Section 1, and eventually I will make my way to Loch Lomond, as I told you, Keith, they're kind of happy with the guard gate overall. They don't feel too strongly one way or the other. But, for that reason, because they don't really feel too strongly about the speed humps, I'm going to support my colleague's motion on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Well, I'll let a couple of my other colleagues go. Councilman Fernandez.
Yeah. So for me, obviously, if there was no guard gate, if it was open access, then yeah, I would think that the speed humps are not intrinsic to the security portion of it. But I think if the purpose of the speed humps is to save money on repairing the gate arm, then it becomes part of that security device, right? Like the overall security posture of it. What I would like to do, rather than, I'm assuming $4,000 for speed bumps is 4 speed bumps, 1 in each lane.
4 lanes.
What I would like to do is maybe try doing a speed bump on the visitor lane, not the resident lanes. The visitor lanes are used by visitors, including people that are not used to how the gate arms operate, and is probably the lane that gets hit the most, right? Right. So I would maybe like to do the speed hump on the visitor lane going in, and then we can give it a year and see if it does reduce the maintenance cost at all. That would be my preference. I don't know how my colleagues feel about it.
So, just wanted to, on this issue and just overall on community participation, just giving people a little bit of history. I was the one that led the push for cities to manage special taxing districts, right? Got the county put on the ballot. I was the only elected official throughout the county to campaign for it. Wrote letters to the Herald. One of the ones that I wrote to the Herald that showcased it was Miami-Dade County should allow municipalities the ability to create, manage, and operate special taxing districts with their own boundaries. If local municipalities manage these districts, residents would have quicker access, upgraded responsiveness, and greater accountability for the services they receive from these special taxing districts. So, when we were creating the ordinance, we did several things. One of the main things I wanted to do is have greater resident participation. So the requirement of being on this committee, it was all members must own and reside in real property, a resident owner within the district. Each member must also be a member of the 7 homeowner associations representing properties located within the district. And no 2 members may be members of the same HOA. So when I hear these votes come in and the recommendations, they come from residents, from people, like, correct me if I'm wrong, these are the people that make these recommendations also live there and they are residents and they own property, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right, because there's Reynard Amaro, he's I think the chair. I think some of these folks are chairs of different HOAs. Which HOA is he the chair of?
Rennie is.
I think Lake Carroll, he's the president. Maribel Babin, Lake Sandra, she's the president.
Historically, it's been the chair.
Suzanne Soriano is the president of Lake Cynthia. Helen Costa is on the Lake Elizabeth board. Xiomara Castillo was on the Anchorage board. I think there's someone else new now. James Curry was on the Regatta Point board. And Pauki was on the Lake Glenannon board. So these are residents that make these recommendations to the board. Why I'm in favor of, I'll be voting no on this, is A, these are residents that are making these recommendations, right? Empowered not only by an elected council, but by their own neighbors to represent them. B, I went around to different communities to see, I was like, man, why is this being proposed? I saw not only the Anchorage has speed bumps at the entrances, right, to make sure that people are going slower and there's no hit. The Regatta, I believe Regatta Point has them. I think there's speed bumps inside of Royal Palm Estate. I know Grand Mercy Park. I believe Raul Satori has speed bumps. So if this is being recommended by residents that we appointed who are on these boards that are even closer to the people than we are, then I'm in favor of their recommendations tonight because we've empowered them. So I'm 100% in favor of that. So I'll be voting no on these motions. So I just want to put that on the record. Councilman Garcia, Vice Mayor, then Councilman Coelho.
Thank you, Mayor. I've lived prior to moving to Miami Lakes, I lived in the Moors, which is right in the north, and those gates were being ripped off constantly. I mean, especially when you're leaving. People are in a hurry. The addition of the LED green and red, red when it's down and green when it's up, plus the speed bumps before, dramatically saved the residents of the Moors, or the management company that was doing that, time and money on fixing these gates. So I know it makes sense, and if I want to say kind of second what the mayor says, if the residents who chose these leaders in the HOAs are saying that they need that, and other communities in our town have those for the exact same reason, I will also be voting no on this.
Vice Mayor, Councilman Collazo, and we'll go around for another round if anybody has other discussions.
Yeah, I just want to agree with the same sentiments. You know, we empowered residents that live in the community, that see the ins and outs. It's not my position that I don't understand what's going on. I don't understand the needs. They do. And, you know, I think in the spirit of what the mayor said, this was a collaborative effort of getting the residents involved, giving us feedback, and letting us know what their needs are for their own district. So I'll be voting no on the item as well.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, and as I'm enjoying my vacation, I'm also participating and proud to participate and contribute to the community, just like you are, Mayor. And you know, I agree with your sentiment 100%. You know, this was to empower the residents, and we shifted that power to 7 individuals that may or may not always represent the totality of the neighborhood. And one of the things that I do remember when I passed up the item was to kind of compel the committees not to have this mentality of use it or lose it, right? And actually shift some of the surplus back to the residents' pockets, because that's what we promised them. We promised them that we can do it cheaper, we can do it better, we can do it more responsive, and give them the opportunity to actually earn back some of those savings. So what's happened is, de facto, they have a surplus sometimes. They have a little bit of extra money, and they're gonna find ways to use it. The reason I'm voting no on the item is because I want it to come back to the traditional budget process. I don't want them to see the 10% reserve as an opportunity to use it or lose it, which is a typical government mentality. The reason why we, as ourselves, find many times hard to kind of go back to a rollback rate, right? We find us with a surplus, we find ourselves with extra money, and we will creatively find ways to spend it. Whether it be a need or a want, we will find ways to use that money. And that's what I feel we need to do a better job of, at least in the special taxing districts like Councilwoman Ronald has done, is say, hey, identify these needs on the front end, and if we want to, we'll go ahead and fund them, but let's do that through the traditional process, not at the end of the year if there's a little extra money, let's go ahead and take on these initiatives. So I'm going to vote to actually scrutinize these budgets a little bit tighter, and I'm going to vote in favor of not having the speed bumps. Thank you.
Any other rounds going around? Councilwoman Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So my final comment on the gates, arms, and the speed bumps, and some of the comments from my colleagues. In Royal Palm Estates, the speed bump that was installed at the arm had to be removed. We had 4 speed bumps, 2 on the entrance, 2 on the exit. They had to be removed because going over the speed bump as the gate is going up sometimes confused drivers, and sometimes they didn't go over it fast enough, especially when they have very low profile vehicles. They're afraid to damage the vehicle. The gate would come down on the vehicles. We had tons of issues with the speed bump at the gate. Furthermore, when we transitioned from the regular wooden gates to the pretty LED lights, because we all want the pretty LED lights because that's what looks nice, it did increase the cost of our repairs. So when I make these comments, I make them from a position where I've experienced it myself, and we've had to alter, in my community, we've had to alter these things because they didn't work. So I insist on the fact that speed bumps there are not a good idea. And for those that are watching, that I received a message about, this is not speed bumps inside the community. This is only speed bumps where the gate arms are located, not inside the community. And I believe that there was another resident that wanted to speak on this as well, if I may reopen public comments, or move to reopen public comments.
Anyone who wants to reopen public comments?
I'll second the motion if that was a motion made by Councilwoman Ronald.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Public comments is open.
Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace, resident of Section 1. On the speed bump issue, we have speed bumps already in the community. And I know Councilwoman Ruano was present at the HOA meeting, where it was discussed that those speed bumps do nothing. People just fly over them. They're a nuisance. Nobody cares, okay? This is yet another form of government overreach. Please don't put this on the committees, because this is just another way of government trying to funnel things and items through committees. Yes, I think the biggest mistake is to have allowed the town to take over this, because since that point, it has been nothing more than a colossal mess. Our gate arms worked fine. Like I said, now we have substandard equipment that now we have to take care of it. Now you expect me to trust you to make a decision to put in speed bumps based on 7 people that you appointed? There's 871 residents there. 871. And we must be speaking clearly to different people, because the people that I have spoken to do not want them. They didn't even want the one that was there. We are an enclosed community. We have one way in, one way out. That is it. The reality is substandard equipment. And let's not forget, okay, because what you guys are doing is fleecing the taxpayers. Because I haven't forgotten the whole entrance card issue, for which I was double charged. Double taxation. That's on you guys. We don't need the speed bumps. Those aren't going to stop the gate arms from falling apart. Maybe you should go back to the old ones. Those were a little bit better. But that's the reality of it. The timing still is not working properly on them. But again, since we're focused on everything else, we don't focus on these little things. We think speed bumps are going to be the answer to this, and they're not. So as a resident, I ask you to please not continue to inconvenience the Miami Lakes taxpayers of Section 1. We've had enough of this. The LPR is being shoved down our throat. Why? Because it's easier to pass through that expense through our committees. Then you get to say the neighbors did it. We didn't do it. Because that's the reality of this. The LPRs don't belong in our community. They belong on the main thoroughfares. The entrance, the exits, if that's what you want. So forgive me if I sit here and I sound a little angry. But I still remember a conversation, 2017, about traffic light synchronization. I still got the traffic whisperer having to work on that, right? So yes, go government. Leave us alone, please. Do not put speed bumps in our neighborhood. We don't need them.
Mr. Mayor, can we call the question?
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Okay, motion by Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez. Motion to remove the 4,000 allocated to speed humps. Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back to Councilwoman Ruano, who has some other items she wants to make motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The other item that I wanted to remove was the renovations for the guardhouse. I would like that whatever excess money to, whatever the excess surplus is, it's not going to be the 24 because we know that there's some invoices that are going to be coming in, but whatever that excess money is to just stay in the 10% contingency reserve and have nothing for guardhouse renovations. If they are necessary at some point, they would come out of that 10% contingency fund.
I'll second the item.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Question.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. Through the mayor to staff. Remind me again, is that a placeholder number, or is that something you guys expect to be done at the guardhouse in this fiscal year?
Currently, it's a placeholder, and just awaiting future descriptions and details from the committee.
So you're not anticipating doing any work on or any renovation to the guardhouse this year?
As of right now, it's preliminary holder to look at looking at receiving estimates and quotes on what can be done and what can work within that budgetary number.
Okay, so you're just exploring right now.
Correct.
And when was the last time that the guardhouse was worked on as a full renovation?
We painted 2 years ago the exterior. I think 2 or 3 years ago, we also redid the stop lines as a form to try to brighten up the area which vehicles should stop. Was our first line of defense before considering the speed humps. And then other than that, just the beautification and the 2 lights that went up.
Okay, so in that number, what would be, so electrical you said would be the anticipated renovation, the electrical, the ceiling, the...
Those are just items that are currently going on with Royal Oaks that we've seen when it comes to these guardhouse renovations, but the board may have other items that they're looking to tackle.
Okay, thank you.
Question to you, Jeremy. I know yesterday the renovations to the guard gates at Royal Oak started, right?
Correct.
What I just want to see in comparison, because what happens is when people see nice things in one community, they're like, hey, why didn't they do that in my guard gate? And which that's going to happen. So talk to us about the renovations that started yesterday. What does that entail? Because I want to make sure that if this special tax initiative is like, look, we want to make sure that it's as nice as these, that there's enough funds. So what exactly is Royal Oaks doing?
So right now, some of the stationary work areas for the guards that was kind of impromptu done is being redone. So there's new finishing for their table, where their workspace. They are working on repainting exterior, working on stucco exterior. Some of that brick look that has deteriorated over time and rebar showing, that will be worked on. The roof will be repainted. They are redoing the drop ceiling. They are also looking at fixtures, swapping out toilets and swapping out fixtures that are either outdated or broken. Trying to think, replacing of lights. All electrical is being looked at on the interior as well. And that's what comes to mind right now. But
So
I have the work order.
in your personal opinion, would...
Oh, yeah, and then the roof is a future project that they're looking at tackling as well.
In your professional opinion, would Section 1 benefit from some of these similar improvements to their guard gate there, if they were to go in that direction? Do they need similar improvements, the guard gate there?
It's around the same year. It's an aging infrastructure, so it would be something.
No, I'm just for informational purposes, I'm asking. Like, so it's the same, they were built the same years, aging infrastructure. Royal Oaks is doing it now. Section 1 has decided to continue to explore. I'm just asking for informational purposes so I can make an educated decision on it.
Yeah, that's the look of it right now, the way the board has been making their decisions. Looking at the age of the structure and what's going to be needed in the near future.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Alvarez. Any further comments on this item? Any further comments on this item? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Absolutely.
Yes,
I have
Councilman
further
Cuellar.
comments. I am in awe of the line of questioning because the reality is government will always find ways to use our money, whether it's needed or not needed, whether it's a future project or not. We are a prime example of it. We have more than $900,000 in surplus. We will find ways to use it, and we will justify it with very elaborate excuses and examples. Again, the project and what was promised to the people is not being delivered, which was savings year over year, the opportunity for them to have input, which they have, but the reality is we've only given it to 7 individuals, not a majority. And the reality is that they could have tax savings back into their pockets right now. But as long as we have individuals that will be creative with the use of the money, we'll find ways to spend it. If there is a true need, I want it to come back, not through the surplus process, not because there's a contingency reserve item, but to come back through the government process, through the government procurement process. That's what was truly for people, and that's what's being under-delivered. If you have money, you will always find ways to spend it, and you'll find ways to have nicer things, and I agree with that. But I think it's more transparent when you can actually go through the process and make sure that everybody gets an opportunity to weigh in, not just 7 individuals. So I continue to stand fast on my position and applaud all the individuals that are giving back feedback. But I think this is a perversion of what we.
Wow, that was great. Thank you. Madam Clerk, just a question. These STD meetings, they're public meetings? People can participate, people can speak? Are they advertised, or are they done in?
Absolutely. They are like town committees. So they get posted in the Laker, they get posted in the town website, they get posted in the lobby, and absolutely, everyone is welcome. They have public comments, and they're recorded.
Got it, just asking.
Yeah,
Councilman Fernández.
Thank you. Jeremy, do you have the figure for what the assessment amount was for Section 1 before we took it over from the county?
Yes.
So in 2018-19, the assessment rate was $285.37. It remained the same for 2019-20. In 2021, it was reduced to $208.37. It remained the same for 21-22. And then in fiscal year 23, it was raised to $340 because in fiscal year 22, the committee or the board decided to utilize their contingency reserve funds to do a project. So what happened? When we went into the next fiscal year, they needed to then make up to have the 10% reserve, and that's why it went up to $340. Now, in the last council meeting, you all voted to reduce that back to the $340 because we had holiday decorations. So it's been reduced to that for your presentation for today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions of staff? Any further comments?
One more comment, Mr.
No,
Mayor.
I think
Councilman.
it's a great point to Councilwoman Morano's point that we have to continue to be vigilant. Thank you, Councilwoman Morano.
Yeah, and I guess this will just serve as my remainder of the comments for anything related to the guard gate districts to save us time. But you know, while I personally actually like that we took over the NSDs personally, I do think it provides greater choice, and I would like to once again provide credit to Councilman Collazo, who was one of the big reasons why a lot of the special taxing districts had a savings in the first place, when he was the one that actually pushed to have a lower reserve amount. And I think what Councilman Morano, from what I'm hearing, and what Councilman Collazo are also kind of afraid about, is sort of this creep of, you know, the intent behind going to a 10% reserve, and only that is getting lost, and it's going to result in engorging these budgets beyond what is necessary to actually maintain specifically the level of guard service that the advisory board chose, and then to maintain the actual guardhouse itself. And I think that mission creep is what they're trying to guard against. And
Exactly.
And so generally, I'm going, you know, at least for tonight's votes, again, most of the people I spoke to in Section 1 are actually pretty happy with the way things are going. They don't have complaints about any of the improvements that have been made so far. But sticking back to my old ways of always liking to stick within the letter of the law, I plan to ensure, or my votes tonight are going to reflect that we're focusing on the level of service for the guard and on the guard gate. Beyond that, those other projects, I'd like to start seeing, you know, some more community input beyond just the advisory board for that, and through the form of the right track, wrong track, and to use that as the avenue to ask for any special projects, you know, that they want to embark on in the future. Those are just going to be my general notes, you know, and that way I don't have to keep debating every time a new item comes up.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Motion by Councilwoman Ruano, seconded by Councilmember Collazo, for the guardhouse renovations, whatever excess there is, to stay in the 10% contingency reserve fund. Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion does not pass.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're back on to Councilman Ruano. She has a couple more items.
My final motion for this particular neighborhood service district will be to remove the quarterly flower change, $6,000, because it is not in compliance with the ordinance that created this special taxing district.
I'll second.
I see Jeremy itching to.
The only one consideration is if we are to cease doing the quarterly flower change out, we would have to actually spend money to put something there in replacement. Right now, it would just be simply bare mulched if it's mulched that year.
What is there right now?
Currently, it's pintas. It's small flowers, the same flowers as we see throughout town, cul-de-sacs, bullnoses, and so forth. It's those same plantings at the front and the back of the guardhouse island only. So if
Okay.
I remove that, I'd have to either resod it, check if irrigation runs out there. There might be some other impacts if we do go away from it.
Okay, I mean, there should have been something that was, I guess, year-round or not something that needed to be changed out. What do you need? That's what the contingency reserve is for. So just remove it altogether, and if there's anything that needs to be replaced or mulched, it can be done out of the contingency reserve.
So I'm gonna chime in on this one because I think, in addition to sitting on the council, I'm also a resident of Section 1, and one of the quirks to Section 1 that's different than from some of the other NSDs is, if you look at Royal Oaks or Loch Lomond or those, there's one HOA within the boundaries of that guard gate, right? So and I'm with you, if they want to beautify it, then make the HOA pay for it. But in our case, we have 7 different HOAs and no mechanism by which we would do that. Right. So then the only other alternative, should we go down that route, I'm perfectly fine taking it off of there, but I will be making a motion to add that beautification to the general fund, and then the entire town is going to pay for it, which I think is less fair. So choosing between the worst of two evils, I pick this one.
So, Mr. Manager, I do, because I'm concerned with what Councilwoman Morano brought up, and I need you to clarify this for me. Councilwoman Morano stated that the beautification aspect is not in compliance with the ordinance. But I want the manager to rectify this. Is this not in compliance? Because if it's not, then it's a moot point, right? Is beautifying the guard gate, which for the record, all the residents there have told me that it looks great. They're happy with that looking a lot nicer, just FYI. But please talk to me about that aspect, because if Councilman Morano is correct, then this is a moot point and it should not be on there.
Yeah, I think that there's going to be diverging opinions on that, right? So if you look at the guardhouse, and then you may make that leap and make that argument about painting the guardhouse, right? Because it's a beautification aspect. We don't. So it may. I'm sure that there's going to be a different opinions. Some people will say yes. Some people will say no. So I don't believe. But it's up to the residents, up to the council, and it's up to the residents in that area. I don't believe, you'd have to. There are people that can lump the beautification of it with the condition of the paint on the guardhouse, the condition of the roof on the guardhouse. All of those things could be considered beautification items, and we do. The NSD does fund those items. So some people may say that no, that's an overreach. That the flower beds, is too much. It's not a necessary item. So that I
Look,
think that
obviously the residents that are on that board felt that it was in compliance, but brings up that point. So I don't know if Raul, you've had a chance to take a look at that.
I'm not sure if the residents have read the ordinance. The ordinance says 1 guard gate and 1 guard. The NSD board has talked about roving guards. They've talked about a whole bunch of things that are outside the scope of the ordinance. I had never read the ordinance. I only read the ordinance because the residents of this section asked me to go out there, attend one of their meetings. You guys should frequently attend HOA meetings. They're very informative. This is where you talk to the people. This is where it's not 7 people. This is where you actually get the feedback from the community. They gave me the ordinance, and that's where I read it. And it specifically says that those residents that voted to tax themselves years ago, they voted for the purpose of having 1 guard gate and 1 guard. That is it. Nothing more. All of this is creativity on our part, because we've been approving it, and I will blame myself for having approved this in previous years. But at some point, we have to be true, because there are 870-something individuals that live in this area, not 7. And so we need to understand that those 7 individuals, first of all, may not know what they're voting on, and second of all, may not be direct representatives of each and every person that lives there. So in order for us to stay true to the purpose, which is that's how these are created. The residents have to vote to tax themselves for a particular purpose, not for everything. The paint on the guardhouse, the paint protects the stucco and keeps the guardhouse in good condition, but that doesn't mean that everything else, I mean, there was Christmas decorations on here, because that is what a group of people would like to see when they drive into the community, and I like to see it too. I drive into that community multiple times a week, and I enjoy the flowers, and I enjoy everything that's happening there, but we have to be true to the ordinance. Do you have the ordinance, Mr. Attorney? Were you able to pull it up? It's on our website.
Okay. I mean, if you want to move on to another item, I'll certainly take the time to look it up.
Okay. This is time sensitive. If you want to leave the flowers on there and you're adamant about voting against the flowers, then I will retract my motion so that we can move on, because we cannot be here all night. But if it is not if we find that it is not in compliance with the ordinance, then it should be moved into reserves and addressed next year.
I have a question.
Councilman Fernandez.
So does the process for non-ad valorem fees work in the same way that the ad valorem side does, where the trim notice advertises the maximum, but we could reduce it during our budget process? Yes. So I don't think any of us have a gun to our head tonight. If we, yeah, I mean, we can either table it. Well, I don't think we can table it. I think we have to approve a number. But we still have, much to Mita's chagrin, we still have an opportunity to lower it from now until the time that the process is finalized. We have infamously 2 more meetings.
But we already, so I guess the question I was asking you just a second ago is, we're on second reading now, right? We've already preliminary approved the rate. Can't that go on the trim notice, and then let's come back to this?
I think it's got to be approved twice, right?
Before it goes in the
special
trim?
assessments and those kind of things may be different than ad valorem, and that's the thing with the.
I'm perfectly open if you want to take time, maybe have another workshop on this or discuss it further.
In second reading. That would be, and then you can have
right. That would be the
another
ceiling.
Ordinance to amend. You have to amend an ordinance with an ordinance.
Right.
So you could have another ordinance before the start of the fiscal year.
Right.
And you can make certain changes.
Right.
If you wanted to.
So I'm going to make a motion to approve. Well, I mean, it's my original motion, but I'm going to make a motion to approve this. Being the ceiling, and if you guys want to have a lengthier discussion and workshop it, I'm willing to look at where we can make cuts, with allowing the committees to come back to us and give us more feedback. But I think if we stay here tonight and try to beat this one by one, we're not going to give it the justice and the attention that it requires.
Look, Mr. Mayor, you can, even on your overall budget, you guys can say, I want to spend, $1 million for the park. And then mid-budget, come back and say, you know what, we've changed our mind. You can do the same thing here. You can pass this, and I think I'm beating a dead horse, most of you have said it, and then come back and change your mind. For right now, pass it, give us a chance, and we'll come right back to you.
Through the chair to my colleague then, do you have a variety of other remaining motions, or?
I have the same motion for the flowers for Loch Lomond, and the most important one is that the surpluses in all of these special taxing districts, and to Keith's point, the surplus should be considered in that 10% contingency. It should not be the surplus plus a 10% contingency, because then we are well above the 10%. It was, in my view, it was meant to be just a safeguard, but not for us to continue to build on that number. And then my final point will be on the admin fees, where the admin fees, I agree, should be a direct cost and should not be a percentage of each special district's budget, because there are special districts where there's a ton of homes that require more attention, more community input, more questions, more emails, and then there are communities that have less, and in this particular exercise, Loch Lomond is paying more with not even half of the amount of homes that Section 1 has. So that's something that I think that we should address as well, where it should be more of a direct cost and not a percentage.
So in the prior year, there was a direct cost and an indirect cost. In this proposed budget, we removed the direct cost and made just an indirect cost overall. So most of the districts, actually, their overhead rate did reduce.
So in last year's, Loch Lomond's direct cost was more.
I don't have Loch Lomond in front of me. I only have Miami Lakes Section 1, but you can see.
So that can be something that we can workshop then.
You can see in Miami Lakes Section 1 that it is reduced. So last year's actual was 25,000. The adopted budget, or 22, what the actual was 25,000. In fiscal, the adopted for last year was also 25,400. And the proposed for this year is 24,650.
And what is the proposed for this year for Loch Lomond?
Again, I don't have that one in front of me.
I'm trying to find it here, but.
43.
43.
We have it, sir.
So it's double, it's twice the direct cost of Section 1. How is that possible?
So keep in mind also that the direct cost or the overhead rate in general, it's based on actuals. So when the budget is being prepared, we don't have actuals, so we have to do it based on the proposed budget.
Right, so in my view, right, and I might be completely wrong, our admin fees is what it costs me to have a staff member in this building managing that district.
But
That's in my view.
there's more to it because we have multiple staff members that touch. You got 2 of them there. You have 1 here. You have multiple people on our staff that.
But there's no way that you're touching Loch Lomond more than you're touching Miami Lakes Section 1. It's not possible.
I'm not advocating for that. But it's a hard thing to quantify, and that's why we use a percentage.
Agreed.
And we use this admin fee across multiple disciplines. Not only, we don't apply.
Right, but.
What are the other things that we apply to?
Now that it's being presented to us, it's very clear, right? As it's being presented, we have 2 neighborhoods that are very different. Very, very, very different. As a matter of fact, Loch Lomond is much easier to run because that HOA pretty much runs the special taxing district. So there's just no way that administratively we spend twice the amount of time and effort in one versus the other. It doesn't, I've never looked at it quite that way, but when I look at it now, it just makes absolutely no sense. Financially, it makes no sense. If I have 1 staff member that works 10 hours here and 10 hours there, that I'll give you. Maybe there's more residents, but we're going to charge everybody the same rate. But there's no way that we can be charging Loch Lomond twice the amount. It's just inexplicable. So that's the part that, you know, when it's presented to us from the community, I have no answer for him. I don't know what to say. And there's nothing to quantify that 40, whatever number it is, $43,000. How did we spend $43,000 in the year servicing that particular guard gate? I don't think that we know that. Do we know that? Do we have a way to?
What we do is we apply the percentage that we use across all of the districts, as well as, where else do we use the admin?
The lakes, right? The lake districts?
No, but all of the special taxing districts.
Aside from NSDs, we have it within the town. Like, we apply an admin fee for building, for.
Right, but within the town, it's.
And we use the same, percentage.
Correct, but within the town, it's internal. And it's, you know, there's ad valorem taxes that the community pays us, and then internally, we try to allocate as best we can. But this is a special taxing district where we charge a particular homeowner a specific rate for a service that we're providing. It's completely different.
Okay, but, so finance has to process all the invoices that we receive for the guard gate, for.
Right, correct.
For the repair and maintenance of the gates. Everything must go through finance. We have to pay the bills.
Our facilities.
Office, yeah.
Right, but how do we get more invoices from Loch Lomond than we do from Miami Lakes Section 1? That's my question. I know internally that we have to charge an admin fee because there's an enormous amount of work for these neighborhood service districts, and we do much better work than the county ever did. So the transition, I believe, was a good transition. I believe that we do good work, but I don't like the fact that I cannot explain.
And our admin fee is significantly lower
Our
than what
admin
it
fee
was
is
with the
significantly
county.
less.
Than
Correct.
Miami-Dade County, right?
But
What
we're
was
not
it?
but we're not processing
And
more
they
invoices
have
for.
an overhead rate percentage just as we do.
Correct.
Our police contract has an overhead rate that we pay to the
Correct,
county.
but
that
when
is a
we
percentage as
when
well.
we transition these neighborhood service districts to the town of Miami Lakes, we promised the community that we were not going to do that we were not going to do the same things that the county did, that we were going to save them money and give them a better product. Correct. But now that I'm looking at these numbers, for Loch Lomond specifically, I do not understand how we process more invoices for Loch Lomond or more accounts payables than we do for Miami Lakes Section 1. One guard gate, one guard. As a matter of fact, Miami Lakes Section 1 has 4 arms. So if anything, there's more possibilities and more residents, more card keys, more phone calls, more complaints. 871 versus 100 and something in Loch Lomond? I'm sorry? 180. There is 8 times the amount of people in Miami Lakes Section 1. So if we're going to do it, if we're going to try to make this more fair, to me it just doesn't seem fair. So either we charge them a similar rate, or we have to figure out a better way. This
So
can't just be a direct percentage.
Your recommendation is to,
My recommendation is to I think a flat fee would be more fair than this percentage, because we are not spending more time in-house servicing one of these versus the other.
so how do we quantify all the invoices that come in to the finance department? How do we quantify the hours that our procurement office goes out to bid for our?
I don't have that answer. I don't have that answer. But
And
but how do we justify that this is fair?
Yeah.
That's a different question,
I
right?
understand the dilemma. We really do.
I understand the dilemma, and perhaps, as Keith said, perhaps we cannot solve that for this year.
Right.
But moving forward, it is not fair that Loch Lomond is being charged more. It's just not.
Right, and we'll, you know, moving forward, we'll rack our brain and try and come up with some mechanism. The hard part is going to be, and we may already have it, I'm just trying to brainstorm here, because I know they used it in the building department to come up with building permit fees, except for there's more continuity. In other words,
Right,
in the
it's
building
easier.
department, when they came up and said, okay, to pull a permit for a driveway, it takes so many hours from the front clerk, so many hours from a reviewer, so many hours in inspections, and so forth. It may not be, but then they came up, okay, this is going to be the permit fee, because it has to be cost neutral, supposed to be cost neutral, right? So maybe we can use that mentality or that strategy to come up with some mechanism. But the hard part about doing a flat fee is that this year's costs are going to be less than next year's costs and the year after that. So we'll have to troubleshoot that. And, you know, if we have 6 to 8 months to figure that out.
Right, and I'm perfectly okay troubleshooting it, and I'm perfectly okay moving forward with these numbers as they stand, but I do not want to feel
I understand.
like I'm overcharging one of my neighborhood service districts, and that's how I feel right now.
Right, I understand. And so give us an opportunity, if these advance as you stated, and give us an opportunity to come back with a different strategy to capture administrative fees, then we'll work with that, and we'll come up with some strategy to come up with it.
That is perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
can we call the question on the original motion, please?
Are we going to do that, or are we going to workshop all of these?
Yeah,
Because none of my motions have passed anyway, so
Right, no, I'm open to workshopping. I don't know if we need a motion.
are we going to
that
come to the
effect.
workshop? Are we all going to be here for the workshop?
I'll be here.
Well,
Because
does it have to be
we're
a
not all
workshop?
here for the workshops.
Does it have to be a workshop, or can it just be at the public budget hearing? I think we can just handle this at the public budget hearing from what the attorney was saying. Okay, our budget director
I
saying no.
have to submit final by September 15th. Our budget hearing is September 14th, our first
That's the first
reading.
one.
And for this to be able to then get on the actual, it has to be by September 15th. That is the hard deadline.
Well, we have a council meeting coming up next month too, since we don't have an
August,
August
it would
recess
be.
anymore.
Wait, no, hold on. What is the deadline? September 15th?
September 15th for.
But the
that.
trim notice, you have to notify by August the
August
4th.
4th, yes.
Right, so these rates will go on the trim
Yes,
notices.
that's
So these
correct.
rates have to be approved tonight, and they'll go on the trim
Correct.
notice. That doesn't mean that they're final.
No.
You can revisit in August, but this should probably be passed in second reading tonight, and then be revisited in August if need be.
Hold on, but now I'm really confused. So our first budget hearing is before that deadline, but our second budget hearing is after that deadline, correct? So what happens if we change our mind the second budget hearing?
That has never happened.
Oh.
There has to be a mechanism to address that, though, I'm
I
sure.
would have to call up the prosecutor's office and ask them, but.
That's why we
on the
have these
timeline
normally-
that they give me, their hard date is, September 15th.
Yeah, because I think if it's too late to change our mind, why are we having that second budget meeting after the deadline? We need to have it before.
Well, look, our colleague, I think, has already assented to the fact that she's willing to advance this forward for the time being, or at least have a vote on it, so we can just, put it behind us for now. They can do their trim notices, and then if anybody has any specific recommendation down the line between now and whenever the August, what was the deadline?
August 4th.
And I don't know.
That's
yeah.
why you also have the millage cap before you.
I'm gonna amend, and I'm gonna do something to quell. I think to quell the councilwoman's aversion to the workshop idea. Instead of a workshop, what I would want is a sunshine meeting between me and the councilwoman, and then any other councilman that would like to show up. That way, we're not restrained if we don't have quorum, and we can workshop it. And if it's just us two, then it's just us two.
Right, but in order, I totally appreciate that, but in order for us to all be informed and make an informed decision, we all have to participate. Because we all have to read the ordinance, we all have to see what it says, we all have to have the conversation with the attorney, we all have to be here. Otherwise, we're gonna continue to make uninformed decisions, and that's not productive at all.
So, going back to you then, if we pass this tonight, at the first public budget hearing, would it be possible to make changes? Or is that where you have to get back to us on because it would affect?
I would need to check it to give you 100% certainty, but off the top of my head, September 15th, I
Well,
believe.
again, I think you already heard from the councilwoman. She's willing to vote to just advance this, and we can always come back to it at some point. Maybe the solution is to come back to it next year, right? And just,
But,
no?
so if you make that change on first reading, it's
We're not gonna get
not
everybody here for
necessarily
workshop.
adopted
We know
until second
this.
reading. So even if you made the change on first reading, it's not finalized because that's only first reading. Am I?
Look, I mean, well, at this point, I think, I'm prepared to advance this for this time. At least for me, this year is fine. Again, for example, on some of the other items you had on the landscaping, the way that would have been an exception to my rule, mainly because it's already been done. Again, talking to the residents there, they're fine with it, and the right track, wrong track that we've gotten so far after it was done has been positive. So that would, for me, would be resident consent for. That is something that we need to address. I just don't know what the best answer to tell you is, because a workshop in itself, I don't know that we'll have everybody here.
And I'm sorry, just to put it on the record, I said, regarding the contingency reserve, we should not be putting the surplus plus a 10% contingency.
In this proposed budget, what you see in reserve is just 10%.
Right, but what about the
that's for every
surplus?
district.
But what about everybody's surplus? Where does
So-
that go?
So for example, since we were discussing Miami Lakes Section
Mhm.
1, $11,282 is there under capital outlay infrastructure, because the committee and the board itself said that they would use that in the future for whatever project may arise. Now, as I state in every meeting that we have, you have this. You have the option to then return this to the community. The board itself made the decision not to do that.
Right, so
I have to
But
I
it's
have to
not
present
really,
you a balanced
Melissa,
budget.
it's not really returning it to the community.
Yeah.
It's using it to lower
Yes,
next
correct.
year's
Lower next year.
assessments,
Correct,
monthly
correct, right.
assessments.
Right, and that's a decision that is not a board decision, that's a council decision. Because the 10% reserve is something that we decided was important, but not 12 or 15 or 20 or 30%, 10%. So if you have $11,000 that are left over, then you use those 11 to count for the 10%, and then you tax the residents whatever difference is necessary to reach that 10%, because that's an emergency reserve in case something comes up. So that is something that, at least that, I think we should address.
Now,
Otherwise, we are,
let me throw a wrench into this whole conversation. What Melissa is demonstrating or showing as a projected carry forward, it is a projected
Projection.
carry forward, right? It's not going to be that number by the time we get to September 30th, right? So what happens is if we use all of the carry forward and that all gets applied towards next year's 10% requirement, then if the number changes and you use that number as a barometer to set your assessment, you may set an assessment that doesn't give you enough for the 10%. So you may end up October 1 with a lower than 10% contingency fund. Did I say that? Does that make sense what I said? Because the number is going to change between now and the end of the year.
I have some remarks.
Councilmember Collazo, did you?
No, I have some remarks, and it goes back to exactly what the finance director just said, that the process in and of itself lends itself to always utilize the extra money, because we put it in the hands of individuals, 6 or 7, that will find a way to get that money and use it for something else, whether it be a beautification like's been mentioned, whether it be speed bumps, whether it be LPRs. And that is when I mentioned the word perversion of the process, is because that's not what we intended to do. And that wasn't what I intended to do when we passed the ordinance on putting the cap. It's always put back on the committee. And because we've always entrusted the committees to do what's best for the town, because we've appointed them, and in all intents and purposes, they're doing a great job. But the reality is, in this case, if you have money, they're going to figure out ways to spend that money rather than reduce that burden into the future. And that's one thing that I was very proud of, when some of the special taxing districts actually showed people cost savings because we took them over, right? And this point, what we're doing is we're showing them, no, we're going to maintain it at the same price. We're going to find other ways to reinvest that money, and we're going to find out ways to spend it. And I don't think that that's the process that we intended as a council. I don't believe, at least me, that's not what I intended to come out of this process. And that's always the push and pull, the tug of this, and it's government, I think that's the way that we have, if you don't use it, you lose it mentality. And that's my concern, right? So we put this threshold in place to make sure that the taxpayers of that district actually saw savings at some point. Because if there's efficiencies, if there's ways that we reduce the spending, if there's ways that we do it better than the county, it's not because we're going to find novel projects to reinvest that money. And because of that purpose, I'm voting no on this. I'm voting no on this because it goes against the purpose of what we originally intended. And at least for me, it's always going to be my default on this issue, whether we workshop it or whether we don't, and that's, I just wanted to put comments on the record because as Councilman Diego said, I did pioneer some of these issues because I saw that there was a big savings coming back to the special tax industry, and we were finding ways to kind of reinvest. And I want that to be through the normal budgeting process. Like the mayor said, I want people to come out to the meetings. I don't just want to hear about it at the council meetings. I want to hear it through the right track, wrong track model. But if there's so many individuals, right, that are not for this process other than the 7, I think we're compelled to take a second look at it. And I applaud Councilman Dieguez for walking the districts and actually hearing back from the people. And I think that's more important than kind of pushing something just to push it along, right? So that's my thoughts, and I want to make sure that they were on the.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Morano.
So my final motion will be to direct staff to figure out a way to keep these contingency reserves at a 10%, including their surplus from the previous year. I don't have an answer as to how that can be done. Maybe it won't be 10, maybe it'll be 11, maybe it'll be 12. Well, it can't be 9, right? Then it goes against our.
Because if we were to apply, like, let's say,
right.
Section 1 paper, but on Loch Lomond, you have a carry forward of 80,000.
Is his mic on? Is your mic on?
You have a carry forward in Loch Lomond. Well, let's go back to Section 1 because that's the one we were discussing, right? So you have a carry forward of 24,000, right? So if we apply that entire carry forward to the 10% requirement, which is 27, so then they'll reduce the assessments. But that 24,417 carry forward will change between now. In fact, it obviously will not go up. It'll go down, right? So we'll never get to the point, if we use that as the barometer, we'll never get to the point where it's more than 10. It will always be
Okay, but
less than 10.
But next month, we'll have more accurate figures. I mean, the closer we get to the end of our fiscal
Yes.
year, the more accurate our projections are. So at some point, I mean, we just have to correct this. We just can't leave it as is.
Yeah, so listen, and Melissa, the September 15th, what is that date deadline? Because I know in this whole process, there's 75 different deadlines that have to be met, you know, so September 15th is the deadline for what? Because I know the August 4th is we have to supply the information for the trim notice. What is the September 15th deadline that you spoke about? Is that unique to special districts?
Yes.
So regular tax information, that goes all the way through the end of the month, right?
That's
Like, that's
separate.
why we have 2 budget hearings.
And Madam Clerk, while they research it, just make sure that going forward, if we do workshop this, that we invite those committees, the NSD committees, the actual committee members. I'd love for them to participate. I stood here for hours, myself, Councilman Ruano, and Councilman Garcia, listening to our volunteers, talking to us about, you know, hey, we need $500, we need $1,000, yet these are major decisions, and I'd love to have that similar workshop. For the record, I voted no to have dozens and dozens of workshops, but I still stayed out of respect to those volunteers. But I would love them to be part of the process as well.
But Mayor, for purposes of the record, everyone is invited to all the meetings. But you're giving direction for, I don't know, for us to send emails out directly to
If there is a workshop again on this subject, if this comes up again, I want them to be invited, at least the chairs of each of them, like we do with our committees. Yes, Melissa.
Yeah, I was correct. It's September 15th, and that is the rate that will appear on the tax bill. That's the date I have to advise the council.
That's a date that's unique to special districts.
It says, per Florida statute, changes to the folio and rates can be made before September 15th. The final rate will appear on the tax bill. It should be noted that only reductions to the unit can be made. Mhm.
But there's a statute that talks about special districts?
Yeah,
I'd have to look it up.
Okay, because obviously, like we said, right, the second budget hearing is near the end of September, and yet that information gets updated all the way through the end of the month once the council approves the second reading of the, in fact, I think it actually can go as late as the first few days of October. That's all right. Let's get it all, as much information here as possible so the council has the information to make a good decision. Okay.
Okay, anything else, council, on this subject? Anyone else? So are we back onto the
So-
main motion?
Well, I'm a little bit confused, and I just want to make sure that I have
Yeah, I think
everything correct.
you made a motion, there was no second, and then Councilman Fernandez made a motion before you, and there was no
Yes.
second as well.
The
Mate, I
last-
think you made 2 of them tonight that got no second.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
exactly. The main motion is to approve, which was my original motion
So the
that
main
started
motion,
discussion.
the main
Yeah.
motion by Councilmember Fernandez, seconded by Councilmember Dieguez, was motion to approve, allowing the town committees to come back to provide us more information back to the town council. This is like the main motion done long time ago.
Thank you, so there's no
But
further,
I just want to make so
if
that
there's
we
no
all
further discussion, should we
understand
just take the roll, call the roll on this? All right, Madam
that
Clerk, please call the
We
roll.
also have a motion, right before that one, from Councilmember Fernandez, nobody seconded.
Yes,
But it
all
was
the
the one for the
motions-
Sunshine Meeting. That one
None of them got
withdrawn.
seconded. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Oh, point of information, Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Collazo.
So the motion is to approve the original motion with the committees coming back to us with the budget, so there's no approval of a budget number today? Or are we approving the budget number that's set forth with an explanation from the committees forthcoming?
Yes.
Yes to which one of the two questions?
The second one, we have to approve a number today to make it on the trim notice. So we have to
Perfect.
approve a
Thank you.
number
I got-
one
yeah,
way or
thank-
the other.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please
So
call the roll.
motion to approve the ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12A passes.
We're on to item 12B. This is an ordinance in second reading, is also a public hearing. Mr. Attorney. An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, amending Chapter 42, amending title to read Trees and Birds, creating Section 42-13 of the Town of Miami Lakes Code of Ordinance, titled Bird Sanctuary, providing for inclusion into the code, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion in the town code, and providing for an effective date. I got your back, no worries. I'll make a motion to approve. Wait a second. This is a public hearing. Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this ordinance in second reading? Anyone from the public wishing to speak on this ordinance in second reading? Public hearing is closed. I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Discussion on this item. Discussion on this item. Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 12B, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Ordinance in second reading, item 12B passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to resolutions. Item 13A.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, declaring, as required by Section 200.065 Florida statutes, the town's proposed millage rate, rolled back rate computed pursuant to 200.065 Section 1 Florida statutes, and the date, time, and place at which public hearings will be held to consider the proposed millage rate and the proposed budget for fiscal year 2023-2024. Authorizing the town manager to change budget hearing dates if needed, directing the town clerk to serve this resolution on the Miami-Dade County property appraiser, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Anything else that needs to be read into the record regarding the millage?
Yes, I'd like to motion to go to rollback.
I think he meant the millage statement.
Rollback.
No, but I think what the mayor was referring to is if there's a required
Just the statement?
At the budget hearings, okay, got it.
You want to put the motion on the record, Councilman Ruano?
I would like to make a motion to consider the rollback rate for the residents for this upcoming year.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Discussion on the rollback rate. Discussion on the rollback rate. See none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion fails.
Got it. Any other motions on the table?
Mayor,
Oh, that was a soft yes. You could barely hear. I could barely hear it. I don't know if you
playing with fire there. I just want to highlight on this item the dates. I just want to be double and triple and quadruple sure that the dates that we set for the two budget hearings are good with everybody. They're the same dates that you saw 2 or 3 months ago when we gave you the budget calendar for the entire season. September 14, September 26. It's imperative that we make sure that we have, obviously, at least a quorum, but hopefully an entire council attending those budget hearings so we can make sure we meet all the timelines.
Are there any other motions on the table?
I'm going to move to keep the millage rate the same. One of you guys have to...
There's no second. The motion fails.
So,
we're
so I
back
guess you have no
onto-
millage rate.
All right, we're moving on to
Well,
the
somebody's
next
gotta make a
item.
motion for some kind of millage.
Item 14.
No, you.
Hold
we
on.
voted on- we voted on
Guys,
the
you
recommendation.
have to have.
We
you
have to,
vote on
we
this.
have to have this by August the 4th,
No,
or
Vice
else
Mayor,
we're not
we
in
voted-
compliance with
We voted
the.
on the councilwoman's item to move to the rollback rate.
All
My
right, so
motion was to
your-
follow
your
the
mo-
staff recommendation.
Your motion fails, so somebody else has to make.
Well, no,
You're on the
correct, but I'm
losing side
just
of it.
explaining by way to the vice mayor, because he had a question about what my item was, so.
Are there any other motions on the table?
So your recommendation, so a motion to cap the millage rate at 2.2664.
Yes, the motion, proper motion would be to adopt the resolution as stipulated here, because it also lists the two dates for the two hearings, so it's a double. So it's setting the millage, the tentative millage, and adopting the two dates as the two public hearing dates. All of that information goes on the trim notice. We need it before August the 4th, or if not, we're not in compliance with the Florida statute.
What time, can the budget hearings be in the morning? Or they have to be in the evening?
No, I think that they have to be after 5?
Yes. They have to be at 1 minute after 6, I believe it is.
1 minute after 6, 6:01?
Yeah.
Right.
Wonderful. 6:01 a.m. or p.m.? No. Sorry, man, I tried. All right.
So I'm sorry, I
My
think you
motion
were-
includes what Manager Peterman included about the budget hearing dates and times of 6:01 p.m.
To change, okay, so just to be clear.
So
to
it's the
adopt
adoption of
resolu-
the resolution.
As presented in the agenda,
Yes.
but making the change in the time, is that what you're, I'm sorry, Vice
But
Mayor.
there's-
No, I was
there's-
displaying at the
it's-
same time.
It's a moot point.
As
There's no second. There's no second.
No,
so-
we have to.
Oh, I'll second the vice mayor's motion. I apologize.
All
I
right.
was making a joke over here.
Okay, so motion by Vice Mayor Alvarez to adopt the resolution as presented in the agenda, and it was seconded by Councilmember Dieguez, correct?
Correct.
I seconded the motion, yes.
Okay.
Madam
Council-
And I'd like to add some comments. Yes. No, because I do think it's important to clarify some statements that were made. Again, as usual, this is just a preliminary rate. We can always reduce it, like we did last year, where we reduced it by 2%. You know, we can't go higher than the preliminary rate. Now, I understand that there's a big push to go to the rollback rate because there's been townwide an increase of a certain amount. The 9.3% does not mean that every homeowner is being hit with a 9.3% increase. Some of them are not seeing any sort of increase. So I think what's important, you know, that I want to keep in context is that as I've been walking Section 1, I have barely heard anybody complain about the guard gates, to be completely honest, right? I have, however, people tell me that they're having issues with the pocket parks that aren't being properly maintained. And when you look at the various pocket parks around town, you know, especially when you go up to them and not just pass them by, you see that they're in need of some TLC. And again, the demand for services, I think the Colonel mentioned it earlier, you know, with the proposal that Mayor Sid made last year, for example, to add 2 additional officers. We're all hearing different requests for services, and we're constantly hit with the same things. There's not enough money. And, you know, again, I think most people actually, when you get into it, they are fine with paying a flat rate, which is exactly what it is, you know, in exchange for getting the services they need. Now, I understand that a big chunk of it is being eaten by other, you know, inflationary costs, right? You know, like increases in the cost of administration for various, you know, reasons. Again, mostly due to the cost of things just increasing generally, but that's just how it works. You know, again, we all live here. We all love this town. But I think all of us were elected for a particular purpose, which is to provide services and provide them well, and not, you know, skim, which is going to come out more expensive later. So that's why I'm voting yes on this item, why I've been supportive, you know, in the past of rolling back somewhat where we're able to. But, you know, we can have that conversation between now and the final budget hearing if we're going to do another 1 or 2% decrease. But again, I just think as a starting point, it is prudent to begin at the rate recommended by the manager with the same rate as last year.
Any further discussion? The reason I'm going to be voting no, and I told this to the manager today, is that, and to your point, Councilman Dieguez, the preliminary these recommendations, I love my colleagues, but I don't have much faith that there's going to be a challenge to a lot of these recommendations that were going to be made already. We made it clear we wanted to see more policing. Like you said, and I know this conversation will continue, you said you wanted to see more maintenance of pocket parks, but did you see something in there that piqued your interest that you, on the pocket park side, on the, because I mean, maintenance and repairs, I see an increase of $2,000. So is that's the item that you wanted to focus on the most? I'll be very honest with you, I don't see the recommendation for additional officers. I don't see those things, and I can't vote for the millage rate knowing we're gonna be back in the same place that we're at again. So
And I understand where you're coming from, Mr. Mayor, but again, you and I have been around this for a very long time. You know that, there's the initial millage, there's the discussion that happens in between, and then there's the final budget. And usually that's where we get either the additional services or we get the tax decrease like we did last year. So that's why, again, and I understand, that you're making the point, which is that right now you don't see something there that you can stand behind, and that's why you're voting against it. But again, there's a point for us to have the conversation that's between now and the final budget hearing. And again, I'm not seeing all the increase I would like to see, but again, we're going to have to cut from somewhere if we, because again, even if you look at the number for the rollback rate, it would actually it would not only erase the 9.3% increase that we would wipe out whatever the increase in the revenue that we're getting from the property taxes is, and a little bit more than that too. So that's the point I'm trying to make.
Look, and I talked about this ad nauseum the last 3-4 years. What I would have preferred is just give us a number, and then we workshop it, we work with the community. But once you put out these recommendations, almost like we have to, hey, no, we're going to tell staff we can't do a COLA. We're going to tell these folks. I'm voting no. I mean, and because of that, and I've said it extreme amount of times, I would have preferred, I've always would have preferred, just give us what that number is and let us work, listen to the community, do what we do best. The reality is we're the ones held accountable. We know what our residents want and they don't want. Like you said, they want more pocket parks. But I think once you start putting out these recommendations, before we vote on a millage, it puts us in a precarious situation. Because in theory, if you vote on this, you're moving forward these types of recommendations, which I've made it clear that I would have liked a different process, but I do understand where you're coming from. So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
I have some comments, Mayor.
Councilman Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. And along to the vein of the comments that you're making, my vote is going to be no as well. And in the sense of, I'd like to see an intent on the front. This is the first year. Not the first year. We've always had a surplus. We always had a surplus now. We're always going to have a surplus. Even when we were frightened into having $500,000 negative, right? And we tightened our belts, we ended up having a surplus. I would like to see an intent to make the millage go down. That's what I'm hearing from the residents. Not at the sacrifice of COLA, not at the sacrifice of pocket parks, not at the sacrifice of police services, but an actual intent, not just take that baseline number. Even if it's a minimal intent on this first vote, I would like to see that done, at least to hear us out, right? At least Councilman Rano has always been a staunch conservative in that regards. I know you have voted no on probably every single budget that you've ever had to vote on because of your principle, right? But I would also like to see that intent as well from our manager, and I think that would be a good practice moving forward into the second budget reading. And I understand exactly what Councilman Diego is saying. We have to set a millage rate now, right? And if we set that millage rate at the same rate, it's very hard for us to kind of come back. I would like everybody to vote no, right? And actually force the issue today. Say, let's put that baseline down, right? I think that's a very tough thing to do, right? That we posture on this issue politically. But I say we set that baseline today. Maybe it's not the rollback rate, but let's say it's some type of benchmark where we're actually anticipating some type of rollback on the front end and seeing what number that might look like now. I know we've had the workshop process to do that, and we haven't exercised our maybe we haven't put our foot to the metal on that, but my vote is going to be no, and I'd like to see if we can maybe challenge to come back with a lower number now.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Seeing no further comments, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to approve resolution presented in item 13A as presented in the agenda. Council Member Collazo.
No.
Council Member Garcia.
Yes.
Council Member Ruano.
No.
Council Member Dieguez.
Yes.
Council Member Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No,
It's a tie. The motion does,
it's not a
fails.
tie. It's a
Yes.
3-4.
I have 3 yeses and I have, 4 noes, so the motion fails.
All right,
So-
thank you very much. We're moving on to new business.
No, we have to then set some other special call meeting because we have to pass a millage rate before August the 4th. There is nothing else. This, in here, I want to be clear so everybody is clear and understands it. We are not approving a budget. We provide a balanced budget as a supporting document. This is, like I mentioned last night, this is a very preliminary balanced budget that has to accompany this item. The preliminary budget is missing tons of estimated revenues, especially those from the state. We know that that budget is going to change between now and when you see it again at the workshop, or now when you see it again at a special call meeting that we hope to have before August 4th and hope to have a quorum to be able to pass a millage rate before August the 4th. So if not, we are not in compliance. I don't know what the penalties are. What are the penalties if we do not pass a millage by August the 4th? Then what happens by default, if I'm not mistaken, the property appraiser publishes in the trim the rollback rate.
Okay, so I haven't made a motion on
Right.
on the rollback rate then.
No, but
so
you,
should
By
I-
default,
no,
we
no,
have.
no. It has to be on the prevailing side. The rule is the prevailing side has to make the motion.
So again, but again, it's going to be the
Yes.
basically the same thing because like the manager just pointed out, you know, if we don't report something, what?
If by August the 4th, we do not report a action by the council adopting a tentative millage rate for next year, the automatic, the default, the fallback automatically rolls back to the rollback rate.
All right, so let's proceed that way then.
I'd like to make a motion to approve 2.2222 mils as the millage rate.
Can you repeat that?
That would be 2.2222.
I'm going to second the item and then ask for the exact difference on the rollback rate versus the proposed rate.
Councilman Collazo, Melissa is actually calculating as we speak.
No,
While Melissa types that up.
Yeah, Melissa, can you figure out what that impact would be? How much less revenue that represents so the council can have as much information as possible before they decide how to vote on this item?
And you're missing out the in-person experience. The sound of the calculator crunching is deafening.
Well, I figured that we would have enhanced our AV department with that already, but I guess we need the extra mills for that.
Watch this.
Discussion while we wait.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Sorry.
through the mayor to my colleague, where did you or how did you arrive at that number? And what's undergirding it, so I can better understand where it's coming from, why it's a better number than either the rollback rate or or the same rate as last year?
Roughly speaking, it's 20% of the difference between one and the other.
But how did you arrive at that number though? As that should be, because remember, we cannot go above that. We can only go lower. So you know, if we need that extra cushion, again, how did you arrive at that particular number? Is that just a compromise number to arrive at a compromise number, or?
It's partially a compromise number, and it's partially a function of we couldn't agree on one and we couldn't agree on the other.
May I?
I think Melissa.
Oh, I'm sorry. You ready? Just a quick statement, if you don't mind, Vice
Councilman Garcia.
We can. Here's the thing. We have to be compliant with the time. Getting this information. I mean, there's just no way around it. And setting the cap is just setting a cap. We can go down. Last year we lowered it 2% for our senior citizens, and we did that. A lot of this that's here again is an estimate that they're not going to know the final numbers for a while. So I think it's premature to lower that millage rate now. It will bite us in the butt later, I think, and not give us the ability to make the crucial decisions. And And if we have to lower it, we will lower it. I mean, we lowered it last year to 2%. Maybe we can do 3, whatever, we come up with as a body. But to limit ourselves right now and not push this forward, and I'll wait for her to give the number there. What's the number? We're losing
So
revenue.
the other reason, Councilman Diego. So roughly, as we all know, the majority of our millage, of our ad valorem revenue, goes to the police contract. So roughly at that percentage, it would cover the proposed increase in the police contract, but not cover the extra increase in administration. It's roughly in the, I had to do math quickly. She has the benefit of time, but we'll know in a second.
So to go with Councilman Dieguez's point, this is only to set the cap. As in prior year, you guys on first reading, or I believe second reading, decided then to lower the millage. So this is only to set the cap. You have every opportunity later on to change that at your first and your second budget hearing. And we also have a budget workshop in August. I believe it's August 25th, which would provide for all funds.
August 29th.
August 29th. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Perhaps maybe even in that meeting, it could be a special call where it gives you the authority to then direct me and say, you know what, we do want to go to the rollback rate. Please prepare this budget with this rollback rate or whatever millage rate you decide on as a council. But again, tonight, this item specifically is only to set the cap. It is not final. That will be finalized at the first and second budget hearing, as Councilman Dieguez already stated. Exactly.
Do you know? Go. Who's?
Oh, and the other thing that I was going to mention. So if we go to the rate that Councilman Fernandez proposed, it would be $189,000 less in ad valorem revenue to the town.
Correct. And Melissa, what was the number for the increase in town administration?
What are you referring to specifically? Are you talking about?
There was an.
Okay.
Exactly.
That's what
Yeah.
Melissa, were you able to do the calculation of what this represents in less revenue? How much was it? 189?
So I agree with
About the cost of a copy.
Councilman Collazo's thought process on this, and but I know the vice mayor's kept his hand up.
No, look, I was just going to say that, and the angle in this, and I don't want to speak on behalf of the mayor, but the way the budget's set, it's not aligned to what this council as a body decided of what to allocate some of these monies. And unless I stand corrected, and Mayor, please, he is not comfortable supporting the millage rate because he wants to see a preliminary budget on what the vision that we had as a body of this additional $800 and something thousand that we're going if we stay with the cap rate, that it would go and be appropriated to the services that we decided as a team. And, for example, increased policing was one of them. That's not on the budget. So not to put stress on the manager, but unless the mayor and maybe some members of this council don't see items on this budget that we as a body wanted to increase services in, then we're going to put you in a more difficult situation and put the town at risk and not approving a millage rate at all, a cap tonight. I mean, bottom line, that's what it is. And my opinion from seeing the writing on the wall, I don't know how you want to go about this, but right now, this budget does not have some items that we wanted. Because we're the ones always that get the complaints of infrastructure and the sidewalk repairs and the drainage and safety and security and policing. And when you don't see increased volume of that in your budget, then I get the mayor. Why am I going to set a cap if the stuff that we discussed here as a body is not even included into the budget with an $800,000+ increase at a cap rate of 2.2664?
Vice Mayor, the budget that was attached to this item, the proposed preliminary budget, which again, it is a preliminary budget, you're not approving the budget tonight, but the proposed preliminary budget is $500,000 more than last year's adopted and projected police budget. So we have almost $500,000 in extra police budget.
All right, so let's see if this is direction. I'll make a motion not to approve the preliminary budget as presented by the town staff and manager.
I think the point of order, I think there's a motion on the table. It may have been seconded by I think there was a motion by Councilman Fernandez. And I don't want to take the parliamentarian's duties away. I apologize, Councilman Dieguez.
No.
I am remote, so I have not heard it correct.
Councilmember Collazo, the last motion that I have on the floor is from Councilmember Dieguez, and it is seconded by you. And it is, I believe, maybe I'm wrong, I think it was Councilmember Fernandez, I'm sorry. It was Councilmember Fernandez, and it was seconded by Councilmember Collazo. Motion to approve item 13A with the millage rate set at 2.2222 mils. That's the last
Correct.
that I have.
And after the second, I asked the question of what the difference would be, and I believe what I heard in discussion, the answer might be $189,000.
Correct. And there was another question regarding removing the COLAs, that's my understanding, what that amount would be, and it would be about $161,000 of an impact to the general fund.
I don't think it's the COLAs specifically. I think it's the difference in the town administration bucket.
For setting the cap, and I'm going to stand firm on my second with Councilman Fernandez on the figure that he gave, and I think it would be great for all of us to bring our items to the workshop, and then we can continue to have this discussion. But I'm prepared to move forward.
Yeah, Melissa, I'm looking at the subtotal of administration expenditures.
Mm-hmm.
Last year we had 1.980, and year-end projection is 1.776. So if you look at it from year-end projection to now, there's a $325,000 difference. I think even if that inches up a little bit, we can find that 189 there.
Yeah, look, and while Melissa looks for that, I think
Page 7.
I think Councilman Alvarez, Vice Mayor Alvarez, onto something. One of the exercises we did up here that was very fruitful, I don't know if you guys remember, when there was money left over, there was a whole list, and we voted one by, you know what I mean? Instead of saying, hey, here's the recommendation, no, here's everything that you guys talked about. And we went one by one, and we voted on it based on our feedback that we've gotten from residents. So I think, along the lines with Vice Mayor Alvarez said, I'd prefer to see a process in line with that instead. Just a whole list, and then we, because I think it was very fruitful, but I'm in favor of that process wholeheartedly. But I know Melissa already pulled up that figure.
Page 7. The subtotal for administration expenditures. The budgeted amount was $1,980,954, and year-end projection is actually much lower than that. It's 1.776, and we're projecting $2,096,000. So there's almost a $325,000 difference between the year-end projection and the preliminary budget. So I think we can find 189 out of 325.
Are you asking me if we can find that? I mean, if you are setting a millage at a certain rate, I have to find it.
Right.
It has to happen.
I think that's kind of the point, or at least that's the spirit of the motion in the second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So again, the motion is from Councilmember Fernandez, seconded by Councilmember Collazo. Motion to approve this item 13A with the millage rate set at 2.2222 mils. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
No.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
No.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we just have to come back at some point and before the 15th? August 4th, before August 4th. Okay.
We need to set a cap. I have been in government, working in budget for
Wait,
20
but
years, and I have never not submitted
It has to
something
be
to the
someone
property
from
appraiser's office.
the prevailing side to make a
I'm not making a
motion.
motion. I'm just pointing out that my understanding from the manager's feedback is if that we can't agree on a millage, on a preliminary millage rate at that, to build a budget, then yeah. But again, like, there's clearly no consensus either way here. To me, again, I put my foot forward, which was that it's a preliminary millage because we're still building the budget. We don't have all our facts and figures, and everything else that we want to include or whatever is highly speculative because we don't even know what we're working with. So again, like, this is just to help her build a budget. Clearly, we didn't want to build it at the same rate as last year, neither at the rollback rate, neither at the middle rate. So again, the default, though, as I understand it, though, by operation of law, that will be submitted is the rollback rate.
So there is a rate. So you will be submitting the
There is
rollback
a
rate,
rate,
correct?
It will be the
All right.
rollback rate.
We're
Yeah,
good.
That's
We're
all I
moving
wanted
on-
to interject.
We're moving on
and
to the
point
next
out
item.
that there will be a rate. It's just, it is what it is.
Melissa, if
May I
we...
ask Melissa a question?
Yeah.
No, it's okay. The hesitation to not submit a rate, would you be submitting the rollback rate, or would this just be that we're defaulting and, because I don't want to put you in a position where this is.
Because this has never happened to me in the years that I have been in government, so I do not know what that process looks like. That is something that I would have to research and advise this council. My understanding is that it would default to the rollback rate.
Yeah, she
All right.
cannot submit something that you, as
All
a
right.
board, have not approved.
But the
I have
understanding
to
is...
submit a resolution
she
where
submits
you
the
are
rollback rate.
adopting
That's it?
the cap. I don't have a resolution
Her
to
Right, so
submit.
maybe we can get to
Make-
where you need to get to, which is we can make a motion to approve the millage rate, the cap at 2.2664, but we're not approving the budget, the preliminary budget that's
Which
being
is- which is
proposed
exactly-
and
Yeah,
recommended.
That's what
Vice Mayor,
happened
Fair enough.
that was never on the table.
There's
The
no
budget,
preliminary
the
budget.
expense side of the budget, never. The only question.
I'm good with the cap, I'm just not good with this budget. So
Right, right, right.
how do
And
I
don't-
put that in
I don't
writing
ha-
and the
I don't
vote?
think anybody has any
That's
issue with
what
that.
it was.
Right. It's only to set the cap, the high point of the millage. That's all. And setting the 2 dates for the hearings.
Now, when
That's
you-
all this question's about.
Now, when you set this cap, are you gonna submit that preliminary budget with it?
No,
No,
it is,
just
No.
this is only to
The
set
cap.
the cap, but something is provided to you so you have an idea of what the budget could possibly look like.
Okay, so let's do what we did what, if we can all get together, let's do and go item by item and make sure that the stuff that we're all on board makes the budget.
Well, that was my point I was trying to make earlier, is that between now and the final budget hearing is when we have traditionally and always gone through and added and taken away things and even done reductions
All
at
right.
that point.
Yep.
I understand that there's a lot of pressure to vote a certain way, but again, I just feel that for myself, I
Got it.
feel that it's a responsible, just to use it as a messaging item, to disagree with process or whatever the case is. Personally, I just feel like the time to do that is in the appropriate time, which is the budget hearings.
The budget hearings.
My vote is still for the rollback rate, and that's
No,
where I want
correct.
to go.
Yeah, I
I've
agree.
said it,
Just,
and I
So we go.
hope this reforms the
Vice
process
Mayor,
going forward. So-
Vice
Part of
Mayor,
the
Call the roll.
inquiry.
is that a motion?
Motion
Do we
to
have a
set the
second?
cap millage rate at 2.2664.
And the 2 hearing dates,
And the 2 hearing date as,
as presented in the agenda.
now,
September
can I make that
14th?
motion even though I was the failing vote?
Well, that's the question,
It has
right?
to be
Because he
the-
and I were not on the prevailing side.
Right, but I think
Okay.
at this point, we've all been on the losing side of a
No, but
vote.
it's on the previous vote.
Okay.
Okay.
So the previous, he can't make a motion if he was on the, so somebody on the prevailing
So-
side, if you want to set a motion, if not, she'll be submitting the rollback rate.
The council
by
members
default.
that voted no in that motion were Councilmember Collazo, Councilmember Fernandez, Councilwoman Ruano, and Mayor Sid. And that, Councilmember Collazo, Councilmember Fernandez, Councilmember Ruano, and Mayor Sid voted no a while back in the motion to adopt the resolution as
The last
presented.
vote that we just took right now.
The vote on the
lower rate.
2.2222, who voted no, who voted, well, the motion failed. So who voted no? Councilmember Diegues, Councilmember Garcia, Councilmember Ruano, Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Who voted yes?
Well, I think the vice mayor made one. He was on the prevailing side as well. I'll second that. Huh? No, so we're on the prevailing side of the last one that was presented. So you made a motion, and you were on the prevailing side. I will second your motion, which was to adopt what the manager is recommending, correct?
Okay, Gina, you got that? Motion by Vice Mayor Alvarez, second by Councilman Dieguez.
To approve what's proposed.
To approve.
Okay.
All right. Now we can call her.
So Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
No.
Councilmember Collazo.
No, but thank God there's an attorney on the council.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
No. Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
No.
The motion fails.
We need reform.
Look, again, so I just want to be clear then. If we do
Motion
not
to
transmit
approve the
a
rollback
resolution,
rate.
hold on, if we do not give you instruction one way or the other, is it automatically, by operation of law, does it mean that you are permitted to submit the rollback rate as our proposed rate?
As I mentioned, in my 20 years working
I understand.
specifically in
Melissa,
budget, this has
unless we
never
call
happened.
for a special call
I-
between now and August 4th, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if between today and it's a moot point. If one of us up here wants to call a special call and reviews things, has a change of heart, we can do that. So
She cannot submit something that is not approved by this council, so it's.
between
she's
now and
gonna-
August, if we have a special call and we approve it, you can submit it.
Yes.
All right, that's it.
And are
That's
we
all I
all going to
got-
be in
that's all I
town for
gotta
the
do.
remainder of the month?
As long as we have a
Sorry,
quorum.
sir?
Are we all going to be in town for the remainder of the month? Or even a majority?
Madam Clerk, can I make a motion to approve the rollback rate?
At this point, I'll second it.
So motion to approve
Discussion.
Can I discuss, can we discuss?
the roll,
Yes, there's definitely
the
discussion.
rollback rate by Councilmember Fernandez.
My observation is my first budget process, but I've been around for years, and I've also been involved in budget process in other towns. And just to remind my colleagues, and you know more than I do, we're setting a cap. We can give our priorities and change them around, and whatever we decide is what's going to be on the budget, and how much we want to spend is going to be on the budget. And this is no different than last year, the year before. And I understand what the mayor's saying, that he would like to see something that would address our priorities that we've been saying, well, at least I've been saying since November of last year. Understandable. Having that list, going through it, our priorities, and saying yes, no, absolutely. But guys, the staff has to, Melissa has to turn this in. There's a process. We cannot change the process. If we do not, for some reason, have a special call meeting, then the rollback rate will be it, and then we will be held to that, and then the extra police officers we need, the sidewalks we need, is not going to happen. So I implore my colleagues, me having fresh eyes, let's the rate that's, we can't go anymore, the cap, let's do that. And then I'm telling you, we can cut as much as we want, and we can it's our budget, we can do whatever we want with it, with the priorities of the residents that have told us for years what they want. This, and I agree with her, I've never seen this in any town. We do not want to set precedent to be the only town that did this when there's options. And the options is, we're going to make choices, the hard choices. And I'm willing to say that the cap for right now, absolutely. And then, like last year, we lowered it 2%. Maybe we lowered it 3%, maybe we lowered it 4%, who knows? But guys, we cannot do this. This is a process, and we're going to look bad as just a, it's not the way to go. We got to follow the gears of the process laid down by law, and what Melissa has to follow and the staff has to follow. And not to say I agree with the staff, because I don't on a lot of these things, and I'm going to make that clear when we go over each line item one by one and do that. But guys,
I'm with you, but I just think a majority of our colleagues, a clear majority of our colleagues, want to see what it would look like at the rollback rate for 1 year. So maybe that's what we need to figure out. Go through the exercise, see what it looks like, and then address from there.
and but we can get there. I mean, this is just a cap. We can go back, right? We can lower, but we can lower as much as we want, 2%, 3%. No, we didn't. Did we do it last year?
If we don't go to rollback now, we'll never go to rollback.
Okay, and I understand my colleagues feel that way. However, we still have to provide services to our residents costs have gone up, and we want to be as efficient and cut as much as possible. The police budget alone has gone up by $600,000, which eats up so much of the 900,000 that the 9.5% that we gained. I also want to see an additional police officer. Trees and sidewalks, hey, quadruple that budget.
This is our opportunity to go back to basics and deliver core municipal functions and nothing more. No bells, no whistles, actually deliver what the community wants without any add-ons.
I would disagree that the community...
We did it when we lost our franchise fee. We did it. We survived.
I understand.
It can be done.
I would disagree that the community, they want their basics, but they want us to walk and chew gum at the same time also.
Councilman Garcia, again, I'm with you, but I think at this point, again, this is why I seconded the rollback rate, because maybe we need to see what that looks like for 1 year. I'm with you. I disagree. I think we're probably going to have a lot more people yelling at us at this time next year. And, and so I think at that point we'll deal with that. But I think a majority of our colleagues want to go in this direction. And we need to give Melissa some kind of direction by law.
And I understand. I just want to remind our colleagues that we decided that public safety was #1 priority. And additional officers, to me, is one way of doing that. And we will not be able to do that in this budget. So if we approve the rollback rate.
I believe one officer is about 160,000. So if we go...
We all agreed. I agreed, you agreed, and I'll say it again, to the residents out there, that to me the rollback rate, although politically it sounds great, it is not the right thing to do right now, for my personal reason. I understand your reasons. Everybody has their own reasons, but guys, at least the process has to move forward. And I cannot support going to the rollback rate. Right now I can't, because it'll tie my hands, and I won't be able to make good decisions. And I was voted to make good decisions. So that's my 2 cents, guys.
Can I just make a quick comment on, when we talk about what services, because remember that our budget is formulated by several different funds, right? So out of the general fund, I'd just like to go over some of the departments that are funded from the general fund, which don't deviate very much from core basic services. One is the town council and mayor. The next one is town clerk, town administration, information systems, which also includes all of our IT and all of our servers and all of our networks, town attorney, planning, code compliance, payments for CUNIP for bond payments that we have to pay, police, school crossing guards, zoning, public works, parks and recreation, committees, communications, and special events. That's the extent. I don't see a whole lot there that is ornaments on the tree. I see a lot of basics in there. So there's not anything that's funded out of the general fund that is outside of what many people would consider core basic services.
We also have other items that are going to go out to bid. Our IT contract expires, and that we're anticipating maybe a 15 to 20% increase. We also have some park items that are going out to bid. We have no idea what those amounts are as of yet. So those are things to also keep in mind, that there are things that are going up.
Melissa, just a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Our other revenue sources, and I know we haven't gotten those estimations, right? Do you estimate that any of them might go up as well, that can possibly cover some of this?
I did do my own estimation on some of them. Others I left the same because I would rather wait to see what they provide. And as of this morning, when I checked, nothing has come in.
So like historically, the last couple of years, have those resources gone up?
Some of them have, others have not. So it ends up sometimes being a wash. Like communication service tax, for the most part, usually goes down.
But the other sources.
You don't foresee $800,000+ in increases and in the totality of those?
I don't think so.
Because it's only a couple that you haven't even by trend haven't set a forecasted increase. Some of these by trend you've already forecasted some increase.
Yes, sir.
Some of them you haven't forecasted any. Do you foresee that could be as high as $800,000 to $900,000?
That would be fantastic, but no, I don't.
Okay.
That doesn't have to be $800,000, but at least close enough, I think. We always find money at the end of the year. Like how much dollars did we talk about this past year that we voted on? 2 million? All right, so I'm ready to vote, that's fine.
Keep in mind that that 2 million is also projects and things that were being carried over. It's not just surplus of 2 million.
I think everybody needs to just see that and feel it, and we'll go from there.
So
what's the motion? Tony Fernandez's motion? The rollback.
So
Not Tony Fernandez, Councilman Fernandez's.
So if, okay, no. All right, there was a motion, there was a second. Any further discussion? Councilman Collazo, any further thoughts on that original thought?
I actually, you know what? I find this exercise very provocative, and this is exactly what I want us to do, right? Which is challenge everything that we're kind of going through, and make sure that we're having a budget that we all feel comfortable with, right? And it's taken us an exhaustive process, right? And it's taken a lot of chicken, right? And a lot of political posturing to kind of get there. But I've heard enough, where I feel comfortable with the rollback rate being the benchmark. But at the same time, I don't want a stalemate, right? So I'm going to support the idea of keeping it where it's at, right? And seeing where you guys want to go through the next vote. But I think we just got to confront each other and stop the political posturing and see where we can actually, tighten the belt and see where we can truly capture the initiatives. We have consistently had surpluses year over year over year, and we have never really challenged ourselves to give it back to the residents. We have gone through threats of $1.5 million deficits, and we have survived with never touching the millage rate, right? So when we're challenged, I think we excel, right? But when we get comfortable, we're going to get fat. And that's what the process is, right? And I think we see it through our special taxing districts. I think Councilman Morano unearthed exactly what I'm talking about, right? It's this mentality of use it or lose it. And every time you have it, you're going to get comfortable with it, and you're going to continue to use it. So I understand, ideologically, where some of us have always said, vote no, but where we haven't necessarily challenged the process, right? Be present for those conversations, be present for the budget, and say, hey, look, this is where I'm going to make my stand. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with this process. And I love the fact that we did this today on the dais. I'm gonna vote no on the process and make sure that we can address this on the second coming.
Councilman Collazo, do you have a motion on the table? The current motion right now is the rollback rate. It sounded like you wanted to make a motion to approve the manager's original.
No, I'm going to vote no on the rollback rate.
You're going to vote no on the rollback rate,
Right.
okay.
Councilmember Collazo, what you can do, if you had something else in mind, you could amend the motion and put a new number on the table.
Yeah, no, I understand.
All right, on the rollback rate, Madam Clerk, please call the roll, or should we wait for Vice Mayor Alvarez to return?
2-minute recess.
Yeah, take a 2-minute recess to wait for Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Make sure you get the vote count right.
Well, unless you guys want to just vote, I mean, if you guys reject it, I'm fine. But
I'm a little worried that it's going to die. So, yeah. So, just so we can move on. We still have a bunch of other items on the agenda.
Let's call this meeting back to order. We're back on to missing. Where did Councilman Fernandez go?
Right behind you.
Oh.
Good, I've lost weight, but not that much.
The ghost
So we're
at
back.
Hansi's council chambers.
We're back onto the motion on the rollback rate. Mr. Manager, I just have one question for you. Understanding what my position on this, do you think if just say if I vote on, or if we vote on, if the whole council agrees to vote on a little bit higher millage instead of the rollback rate, do you think there's an opportunity to add at least 2 officers in the recommended budget?
No.
Got it. I am for the rollback rate then. That made it very easy for me. Yep. So I hope my colleagues vote for the rollback rate. We move forward. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to approve the rollback rate at 2.0732. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Collazo.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Alvarez.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We are moving on to the next item, which is item 14A.
You have item 13B first.
Oh, 13B. Yes, I apologize. 13.
Okay.
No, I thought that wasn't the item you moved up, correct, Councilman Dieguez? No, 13B.
No,
is
I had moved
Got
up the micro-mobility report that
Got
we've
it, got
already
it, got it,
covered.
got
That
it.
was 16A.
Got it. Mr.
Okay.
Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 22-307, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Any motions on the table?
Motion.
I'll second.
Discussion on this. I know I saw Susanna online earlier. I don't know if this is something she wants to talk about or the manager wants to chime in, but if not, any council members have any questions
Yeah,
on?
let me just make a comment on here. I think that there is a misconception in the community, not that I look at social media, but people have told me that some people believe in the community that we're buying Teslas. We are not buying Teslas. What it is Freebie, who is somebody that provides the freebie service in the town, is converting their open-aired golf cart type, non-air conditioned vehicles to Teslas in order to, which are going to be regular cars, air conditioned, more comfortable for riders, and going to enhance the experience. The only thing is they require a special charging station. So what we have to do is move money that's already in transit, but from a transit contingency line to an expense line to be able to pay for the $15,000 for the installation of the 2 charging stations.
Any discussion on this? Any questions? No? I think we're good. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none?
I'm a no.
There is 1 no vote. It's 6-1. Councilwoman Ronald dissented on this. We're moving on to the next item, 14A, comprehensive review of town committees. Councilwoman Ronald.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is a product of conversations that I've had with committee members, conversations that I've had with staff, conversations that I've had on this dais during the committee budget cycle. I'd like to propose that we have a meeting of the minds per se with regards to the committees, how many events they have, what events the community actually enjoys versus which ones have kind of seen better days. I'd like to put all of this together, hopefully before our next fiscal year, work with staff, work with committee members, work together as a group and with some community stakeholders to see how we can revamp our committee process, perhaps have less events during the year, but more quality events, or perhaps not do anything at all, but at least put together this exercise and see if we can see areas where we can improve.
So I'll second for discussion, but I do have a question. When I read through it, what do you propose the format of this be, right? So for me, looking through the item, as part of the budget process, we ask the committees to introspect and do that. So there's an opportunity there. Staff, during the course of liaisoning the committees, also provides their input. And we as a council hear the committee's recommendations and explanations about events and approve or don't approve their changes. So we already kind of do these things to a certain capacity, and yet it's like everybody's doing it, but nobody's doing it. And so I think that's the hurdle, right? That's the hump. How do you envision, and I hate the concept of a committee on committees, because that.
Right. I envision this more as a workshop. The first step that I like to do is read the resolutions that created all of these committees, so that we can make sure that all of the events that are happening are within the scope of the purpose of creating these committees, and then work with staff perhaps to do maybe some sort of survey of the community to see if the events that we're putting together are liked by the community. I know that there's events, for example, like the bike rodeo that doesn't seem to get traction a lot. There's some cultural affairs events also that have some events are really, really great and they have a lot of participation, and some do not. So in conversations with staff, we thought that perhaps putting this out to the community and having them give us some feedback. The community has changed over the years, and so there may be some things that we're not doing that the community would enjoy, and others that we can do away with. I'd like to give this to staff and see how they can put something together by way of maybe a survey first and later a workshop, so that we can review what the feedback is from the community. But I'd like staff to guide me in that direction.
So it's going to be a staff-driven process?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Any further discussion, council? Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Council member, the date that you have in here, September 30th, that will be after the budget, whatever semblance of the budget, whatever version of the budget gets adopted, it'll be post that. So do you still want this review completed by September 30th, or is it something that can be done a little more deliberate and methodical?
I would have wanted it to be done for the next fiscal year. I wouldn't want a whole year to go by where we might be doing things that aren't, even if we have to approve the committee's budgets without this, because I think it's very short amount of time to have this done before we approve the committee's budgets, but we can always recommend later for them to tweak. Perhaps if there's an event that the community has no interest in, perhaps we can recommend that, but I would like this to be expedited if possible. I just don't want unrealistic expectations.
Okay, if you could just have a little bit of latitude with maybe something to the effect of as soon as possible, as opposed to having that, because that's 2.5 months, much of it, during the summer months. It's difficult to get, especially committee members that may participate, involved. So I would just like.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, thank you.
Any further conversation on this? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. The next item is mine on Northwest 59th Avenue. I wanted to see if staff can do a review of this project. This is the first major transportation infrastructure project that the town has ever taken on in 23 years. It's an incredibly diverse program. I'd like to see if there's an opportunity similar to what we did with our CIP manager that took on the stormwater bond, Anna, who's doing a great job. Want to see if there's an opportunity for staff to review the different duties. I mean, you're talking about they have to deal with federal requirements, state requirements, county requirements, local requirements, eminent domain on the legal side. I know they're on top of that. I know Lorenzo is out of town, but I like for staff, for all those different moving pieces, to come together and see if there's an opportunity within the project to bring in some outside expertise to help our staff. But I want staff to do that analysis and come back to us because I saw it's worked well with our CIP program, and I think we have a small team, and anytime we get to add some extra help, similar how we've done for grants, this would be temporary. This will not be a position. It will be something outside, and see if staff can do that analysis and bring it back to the council. If there's opportunities there to bring in an expert that's worked on projects, as for example, ex-employees from the MDX who've dealt with projects this diverse, maybe something like that they could bring in as a contractor. But I want staff to do that analysis and come back to us as soon as possible to see if there's any help that they can get in regards to this project. Again, it is the only transportation infrastructure project in our sole control, and it's the largest infrastructure, the only infrastructure transportation project that we will be taking on ourselves. So just want to make the motion to that effect.
I'll second for discussion.
Councilman Garcia.
So, Mayor, you basically want the staff to look to see, especially our Public Works Department, to see to make an analysis and see if they have the bandwidth and the institutional knowledge on the staff to do this, and if not, make a recommendation to you to say, yeah, okay, we need additional help, or is this to already hire somebody right now, or you let them looking into it first to see if they need that assistance?
And definitely, and bringing it back to us, what happened with our CIP manager was that they realized the program was going to be so big and diverse that they couldn't take on the regular maintenance of the town on a day-to-day and all the new different projects they were doing, plus a $33 million program. So they brought somebody in, which is Anna, who's doing a great job to manage that. Our staff's doing a great job with this program, but there's always ways to augment that, and I gave the manager the analogy of, look, it's kind of like the Dolphins have an amazing team, but they brought in some new offensive linemen to help push the ball forward and score touchdowns and all that. So if there's an opportunity there where staff's like, you know what, having somebody that has the expertise of working on projects like this would be fruitful. This is, to tell you something, and I love our staff, they're doing a great job, but it's super, super, super complex, and if they see an opportunity like we saw with grants, like we realized, hey, we need some extra help in grants to help not only look for the grants. People think it's just looking for the grants, finding them, but there's an entire backlog. Like there's sometimes I work with Renee and I have to sign papers, and she has to log on just to do the reporting part of it, so yeah. Maybe there's an opportunity here to roll that into the project itself, and have staff come back to us.
I know Omar's his background is on bridges and stuff like that, right? So, but yeah, I feel if they feel, if I always say to the staff, if the staff says, hey, we need a relief pitcher to help us out for just a little bit and stuff like that, I'm all for help giving the staff whatever.
And again, I gave that example of the MDX because they've actually worked on programs this diverse that they've had federal funding, state funding, county funding, a lot eminent domain, a lot of moving pieces, and maybe staff's like, you know what, there's value in having somebody temporarily 2 or 3 months to help us with X, Y, and Z hurdles.
Yeah, if they come back and say they need that help.
But it's just having staff go through that process, come back to us, and if there's that opportunity, we could definitely roll it into the program without touching the general fund.
Right.
So that's about it. Any further discussion? See none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion
No.
passes. What's that?
1 no.
1 no vote. Councilman Diegues. We're on to Councilman Garcia's item 14C.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we've all seen the pictures of our entrance to 6th, 7th Avenue and the state that it's in. We're not getting, although the county are good partners in a lot of things, we're not getting the response that we need. The entrance of our town just doesn't look what it should. So reached out to the manager, and the manager reached out to Tom Fabrizio's office, and we were able to start the process of getting the underpass pressure washed and cleaned. And the same day I came, to his credit, there was somebody out there cleaning it up and pressure washing, and they're supposedly going to do the underpass as well. However, they're not responding to our needs. So my recommendation is to do exactly what we're doing in 6th, 7th Avenue. We're doing on on 154th, where we have a contract with them. I mean, we take on that responsibility and things like that. If we can move that over to 67th Avenue. I know that Councilman Diegues started the process with getting landscaping there, but I think the next step is we need to be responsible. It's the entrance of our town, and also there have been some homeless people that I've personally seen that we need to do something about, whether it's speak to Camilla's house or the county or whatever agency is required to help these people out, because they're basically making a home under our underpass, which is creating an issue. That's a separate issue to the fact that the maintenance of that underpass is just horrible. It's black with soot, and it took way too long to get clean. So I guess I'm asking my colleagues to have the staff look into if we can do the same process we do for 154th to expand it to 67th, find out what the cost of that is, what can we do to make that consistent and have the entrance of our town be something we can be proud of.
Second.
Discussion on this,
I'm going to vote yes on this, but I would not be very optimistic that it's going to get funded anytime soon. Just so so you're aware.
All right. Councilman Collazo?
I have some comments.
Councilman Collazo?
And first, I apologize for laughing. I thought Councilman Diegues' wit was very on point after all the discussion today. From what I've had in my briefings with the manager to take this project on, it would most likely result in over a six-figure expenditure over the course of a year for the maintenance. Being that we're going back to the rollback rate, the likelihood that this would be funded is highly unlikely. My question is to the manager: are there any other solutions? And first, before I go on, Councilman Garcia, I want to applaud you. I live literally a block away from that entrance, and I've been a champion of these issues since I've been in office, and you could not be more right, and I applaud you for taking this on, just like I applaud you for taking on another new business item, which is the extension of the speed zone, which we'll get to a little bit later. But you've really hit the ground running and listening to the people, and you've been somebody who I've learned to admire, in at least so far in your short term in office. So I appreciate you bringing this new business item forward. With that being said, during the new business item discussion, when I was having my briefing, the manager alluded to something of a six-figure budget item if we were going to transition to the upkeep. And being that we voted for the rollback rate, that's highly unlikely. Is there anything that we can do to maybe compel the state, compel the bodies that, and this is a question to the manager, and maybe augment where it's not necessarily an add-on of $100,000+ a year in maintenance?
Yeah, the state obviously reacted to pressure, right? So the state, when we started yelling, we brought in the assistance of Representative Fabricio's office. They put pressure from that side, from the elected officials side. Then they were able to get there, and we know what they did. They committed to do, and they did, which was to go in there. They cleaned up the entire site. They mowed the lawn. They pressure washed just the slopes. They have not committed, unfortunately, Councilmember Garcia, to pressure wash the columns or the underside of the underpass. But I think that if one option is for us not to take it on, it's an option, and then continue to yell at them and get them to at least do what they're willing to do, which is at least keep it clean, keep it mowed, and do the pressure washing on the slope. And if we take on the responsibility for pressure washing the columns and the underside, I don't believe that we'll have to do it with the same frequency that we pressure wash the logos on 154. So maybe we can do that once a year, twice a year. Then we're talking about a number that it becomes more manageable.
I am open to. I just want to see it get it done. I mean, you're a former firefighter. Doesn't that black soot accumulated over years?
Yes.
Create a fire hazard? Is there ever a car? Or is that something?
It's already the product of something that's already, it's a product of combustion, right?
Okay.
So it's already burnt, right? So it's already the products of combustion from trucks and so forth. So I don't believe that there's much flammability to it, but it's horrible. It's a horrific sight, and it's one of the gateways, entrances to the town. So
I would be open to to amend this to say, yes, absolutely. If we can take over the underpass, the soot under, if we can do that at a reduced cost, of course, I'll be open to that. But also address the ongoing current homeless situation happening in that. Is there anything, any departments we can reach out to?
Yeah, there are departments at the county that deal with homeless issues, right? And I know that the police department deals with that on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah.
Whenever they encounter that, their number one thing is they try and get them assistance.
Yeah, we need to get them help.
relocated.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
The reality is, and from my history in the city of Miami, the reality is that the majority of that population doesn't want to be relocated to a shelter or what have you. They don't want to be restricted. They don't want to be told what to do. They like the liberty of being on the street and do, as they please. So while they're getting shelter and getting food and getting clean clothes and a place to shower and a bed, the trade-off for them is now I have to follow your rules and do what you tell me to do and so forth. And for them, that's not a good trade-off. It doesn't make sense, but,
So where does that leave us? I mean, my main concern, of course, is to get them help, and also the residents do not want to see that in the entrance of our town. It's a health hazard because of the urination
100%. I agree.
and defecation. Is there any? I guess I would ask you or police officers, not trespassing, but loitering. Is there something?
And the reality is that you hear that all the time from the people who have to deal with this is it's not a crime to be homeless.
No,
right?
it's
so
not.
You can't penalize them. You can't take them in just because they're there on the corner and they're not doing anything illegal. But if they're laying down on the sidewalk, if they're obstructing traffic or obstructing pedestrian traffic, you can make them move. But they're going to move to somewhere in the same area. But we'll continue to monitor. I know the police deal with that day in and day out, with that intersection specifically, and sometimes in the area of the Red Road and the Palmetto, they have a similar issue in some of that area. But we'll work with the police major, try and strategize. We'll continue to work with FDOT. Now that they've done it once, we'll check to see if we can get them to commit to a recurring schedule for that pressure washing, the mowing, and the trash and debris pickup, which was really, it got to a really bad point. So.
Okay, so then I would ask to change my item to say to ask them for a definite schedule that we agree to, that we say, and for you to find out a price on pressure washing the bottom.
Yeah, and we have it already. It's just, I think we're going to caucus internally and figure out how often does it need to happen. Like, we got a price already for the columns and the underside of the roof there. But I don't know, we haven't come to a conclusion internally and say, okay, well, maybe this needs to be, and maybe we have to just do it once and then see, okay, when do you think that it needs to happen again, and just play it by ear and do a trial and error type of thing and say, okay, we think we can go 6 months or a year without having to do that again, because that is an extremely, as compared to pressure washing the slopes, it's extremely expensive because they have to stop. They need lifts. They have they have to modify traffic. So there's a lot of complications to doing that underside. But we'll work with it and we'll do it. We'll see how we can do it at least once, and then. But ultimately, it's dollars and cents, right? So, some of the things that. So, we'll look at it.
All right. Thank you, sir. Any further discussion on this item? Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Councilman.
I have a question. Can you bring me up to speed on what we're deciding on?
Yeah, absolutely. It's the entrance on 67th Avenue under the Palmetto. The conditions. There's some in your book. There's some pictures.
Yes.
Yeah, I also visited a couple weeks ago. Horrible conditions.
But are we looking for to encourage FDOT to do better, or are we looking to do it ourselves?
Two things. Encourage FDOT to give us a schedule that they follow to help with the cleanup and also the garbage pickup and cutting the grass and the outside slopes. But the manager is going to look into how much it costs to do the underpass, which is black with soot right now. I'm sure you've passed it under there and seen it, and see if we can do that at least once a year. I think he's going to find out the cost there, because the cost of taking on the same contract we have for taking care of 154th,
it's pricey.
It's pricey, especially since we've decided on the rollback rate. So this will at least get, at least people that come into Miami Lakes will feel proud they're coming into Miami Lakes. That's my goal, basically, my goal. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing this up, Councilman Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, the
Aye.
motion. Thank you, Councilman Carrasco. The motion passes. Want to make a motion to waive the rules for item 14D, G, J, K, and I.
Mayor,
And we
A
also need
second
to.
motion to extend as
Right,
well. The
exactly.
meeting, it's 11.
And a motion to extend.
Wait, first let's do the other one.
I'll
All right.
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We'll make a motion to extend till 11:30.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion passes. We'll be as efficient as possible. Councilman Fernandez.
Alrighty, so basically my item is to working through the town attorney to begin the process of drafting a resolution to accomplish two different things. One, I had a conversation with a resident that's doing repairs to two portions of his house that were necessitated primarily due to damage from blasting, right? And so the nature of the conversation was whether or not those repairs would trigger a reassessment of the property, right? And so would trigger the property appraiser to reassess the property value. I had a brief conversation with the deputy town manager, and I think we need a little bit more time for him to do some research and come back with what to do. And then the second part of it would also be to ask both our own building department and other neighboring building departments to somehow tag or flag permit applications for items that are necessitated by damage from blasting, so that we can start building a database of what the expenses associated with fixing these issues are. So it's a two-pronged thing, but basically what I would like from the council at this point is just to authorize me to work with the town attorney, with the deputy town attorney, in drafting such a resolution and refining the scope of this.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. On to my next item. Wanted to see if we do a salary survey throughout our county for vac truck operator compensation. What happens is these positions become very lateral in movement because our partners in the county, they have the same retirement system. They can offer more, and I just want to see where we're at in comparison to them and some of the cities that share FRS with us. I mean, some of the other ones that have different pensions aren't, I don't think we should focus on, but the ones that have the same FRS, I think it'll be good for us to see that. Obviously, we know the budget process is what it is, but this is also something that's good long-term for us to know it's healthy, and if push comes to shove, it should be one of the items that we could discuss when carryover comes forward next year. So just want to have staff look into this. I believe, and I don't want to speak for the manager, this is something that's been looking into as well, but want to see if it just comes as one of those items before us. Just make a motion to that effect.
I'll second.
Discussion.
Yes, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
if I may.
Councilman Garcia.
I'd be interested in seeing, instead of only just the back truck operators, but all the positions. Do you do annual reports on the medium income or medium, what the market is paying and what cities our size for different positions in administrative jobs?
I know Cynthia, bird dogs, positions that are more common, right? That are used for almost every municipality,
Mm-hmm.
like, whatever, permit clerk or things of that nature. But certain things, whenever we have things that we believe that we're pretty well positioned for comparable cities, right? But Whenever we believe that there may be some position that's an outlier, then we do this very specific analysis about the specific position. And I know that the Director of Public Works already went to Cynthia and to Tony a month or two ago, asked to do an analysis on these positions because it was something that's been in the works already by them. So they've already initiated that. Early results show that our range is comparable to other cities. The hard thing is that with vac trucks, not every city has a vac truck, right? So the universe of cities to compare us to and the county is smaller, but it's still doable, right? So they are looking at the vac truck as something that they initiated a couple months ago.
Okay.
And they're looking at that assessment, and once that comes through, then we'll make a decision based on what the results are, and develop some kind of a timeline if there is any adjustment that is necessary.
And it will be ready before the budget. We discuss budgets for our upcoming couple months, the next couple months.
Yeah, it should be. It should be.
Is that what you're asking?
But I'm not 100%. Yeah.
Fine. That's fine.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item. Councilman Garcia.
Sorry, Mayor. Before the item passed, I had a question for the manager. I guess she couldn't hear me through the audio.
Proceed.
If it's moot, I don't know procedurally. The question passed?
Yes.
Okay, then the issue is moot.
Got it.
I'm a no on the item.
Got it. Councilman Cavazos, a no vote. We're moving on to the next item. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. Now, in an ongoing effort to keep our residents safe, and congratulate our new major, our new commander, he's done a great job in helping analyze the issues in Main Street and provide a plan to mitigate, the issues we had with crime. I've had some residents give me a call on apartments around, different apartments and areas, saying that crime is up. Of course, when it comes to people knocking, stealing stuff from their cars or stuff like that. So I would ask the new commander in his new role if he could extend that police assessment. He says he does security assessments to other areas of the town. Give his assessment to see, hey, what can the private sector do to improve their security, which in turn will help the police department do their job, right? So if we can ask the new commander, perhaps through the manager, to have him maybe do some assessments of other apartment complexes around Main Street, and then expand that to other areas of commercial, where there's reports show that there's been some incidents of crime. And maybe if he gives a report back, maybe the private sector can take those recommendations and do their part to help the police department do their job as well. Everybody works together using the recommendations of our professional, of our new commander. So that was the item, guys.
I'll second that. Initially, I didn't know how I felt about this when the clerk sent us the new business items and all the reports, but after hearing of the successes on Main Street and having our major work with the Graham companies and seeing the investment that the Graham companies have made in security on Main Street, I think it could work. I think it could work in terms of just having that conversation, because if it wasn't for that conversation happening with the Graham companies, I don't think the improvements in security there that all of our shop owners and residents wanted. So
And they've done.
Again, when I saw it, I didn't know, but once I've heard and I've spoken to the Graham companies, and they've invested a significant amount of money in this. But it happened because that conversation occurred with the major and them. So I'm good with this. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Councilman Fernandez. Alrighty,
and my item is essentially, and a lot of you know, in my professional endeavors, I visit, public schools in Florida
on a daily basis. And one of the initiatives that the legislature passed, I think 3 years ago, which I thought was worthwhile, is every public school at the entrance has to display the state motto, which is "In God We Trust," and the state seal. And it dawned on me that we do have the state motto in the front by the entrance, but we don't have it in chambers. So my item is essentially directing the town manager to add our state motto, "In God We Trust," above the seal, above our town seal
I'll
here in
second.
chambers.
Discussion. I think it's about time. I appreciate you bringing this up because I think that'll look beautiful. Yeah, it'll look really nice up there. So, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Councilman Garcia. Oh no, my part. All right. So I went to my kids were playing flag football this season. We were at the flag football championship. We have the largest flag. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but we have how many kids do we have now, Jeremy? 400 and. Yeah, we have the largest flag football program in South Florida, and when I went to the championship games, which is, I don't know if you guys have ever gone, it's like a huge event. Parents bring their tents; they're there since 6 o'clock in the morning. I mean, it's amazing. And then I thought to myself, seeing different. I was like, if there was an emergency here, well, obviously you have police officers and that, but is our AED accessible? And I went and it's locked, right? It defeats the purpose. And I was like, wait a second. At all of our facilities, the majority, a good portion of the time, they're locked. So I did some research, and I've seen them myself, where the AEDs are placed outdoors near the actual play is at. And a lot of communities throughout the country and throughout the world are actually doing that. It makes sense, right? If something were to happen, it should be accessible. Imagine, God forbid, something were to happen, the AED is not accessible, and now nobody can get in there. I just want to make sure, now knowing that I saw what I saw in terms of making it better, I just want to make a motion to have staff begin working on transferring our AEDs from moving it from the indoors to outdoors. There's small stations that they attach to different things, but it showcases how to. It's a lot better because it has a whole thing that it shows folks how to use it. The AED talks to you anyways, but I think it's a great thing. So if we can make a motion to move our AEDs from indoor to outdoor where the actual plays happen.
All second for discussion. So during my briefing with the manager, we kind of spoke about the situation a little bit. I definitely see the benefit in having it outside where it's accessible to the building, not necessarily in the play area, because a lot of our facilities are dual purpose, right? You have the facility and you have the play area, and we have a lot of senior events too inside the facility. So moving it to somewhere out in the play area might not necessarily be the best option. So what I was thinking, kind of happy medium, is outside by the front entrance of the facility. So essentially where it is now, just outside the doors rather than inside the door, so that if something happens and the facility is locked, the unit can still be accessed. And I think also having it there in a very, very visible place will also deter, any vandalism, theft, things of that nature.
I think that makes sense. Councilwoman Ferrano.
So maybe I misinterpreted this. I thought that we were getting additional AEDs to have one inside and one outside.
We could. I mean, eventually we could, but I think the challenge is that the majority of the utilization is it's not accessible to the people outdoors. So I think that's a good medium if we could put it in the front door and everybody knows it's there, right? So, but we could work with the Brianna Vergara Foundation, which we worked. I think all of our AEDs are donated by them. So that's something we can work with them on. Let them know this is an idea we want to do, and I'm sure they'll be more than happy to.
I mean, it's still a wonderful idea to put it outside, because as people walk in, they're seeing it more than if it's inside someplace inconspicuous. But I'd also like to perhaps multiply the number that we have and have one in the facility where we have indoor events and one closer to outdoor play.
I
Yeah, I would just be cognizant too, because you have like the Elderly Affairs Committee that does a lot of events at Alonzo. So even though it's going to benefit having outside because it's more accessible, if an incident were to happen indoors, I think we put ourselves at risk that we may not be able to respond fast enough because now we have to, like for Robert Alonzo, I'm with you to put him outside, but I would just see if we can get another one donated to keep indoors too, because of all the events and activities that we have there with that committee specifically.
Yeah, and I think that's, Jeremy has sufficient direction there. I don't know, Ray, I know you saw you wanted to chime in, no?
No, I just think that it's a great idea to have as many as we can possibly get, inside or out. I would just suggest if they're outside after park hours, you can put them. I don't know how I've seen them on the internet. I haven't really held them in my hand, but maybe the ones that are outside after park hours, we put them on a bracket. We bring them in. The staff brings them inside just to prevent anybody stealing them or doing anything that might harm. Because those are pretty expensive, right?
I know the brackets that I saw are pretty sturdy and they're very secure, so that's something maybe staff can just lock it or whatever, but.
Okay, well, if at night, after a certain time, just to prevent vandalism, and that was my only concern on putting it outside, but these are definitely needed. They save hundreds of lives a year, maybe more, so.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. Great news. I know that this council for a long time has been working on extending the school zone for Miami Lakes K through 8 to include the community of Crooked Palm for a long time. A couple weeks ago, the manager, myself, and representatives from the Miami-Dade County went out with the residents. The residents showed them. In fact, they actually walked the part of the sidewalk where literally there's no, the space between the sidewalk and the road is literally 7-8 inches. And they were walking toward us, and then the first thing I said to them, you see how the traffic, literally moves you. And the residents explained, we just need that pushback to include the kids that walk to school, because parents have to get in that line. A 5-minute walk turns into a 15, 20-minute, and it's less than a quarter mile. So the manager reached out, we met with them, and this item was basically to support the manager's efforts. But Mr. Manager, can you let us know the results we got today, the news we got today?
Yeah, Dade County Department of Public Works and Transportation agreed to move the southbound speed zone further south to capture the sidewalk that comes out of Crooked Palm.
Initially not, but then you sent another email saying, hey, no.
Yeah, they said to Lake Patricia Drive.
Yeah.
Well, Lake Patricia Drive,
Yeah.
Could have been at the northern end of it, the southern end of
Yeah.
it, so I asked them to move it just to the southern end of it, which will capture that sidewalk that comes out of Crooked Palm.
Yeah, and that's what the residents were requesting, and I guess I would say, ask my colleagues to just support the continuing efforts to follow up on that, to make sure that gets done on a timely basis. And I want to thank the manager and Miami-Dade County for following through. And I know this is a process that's been going on for years, so I want to thank my colleagues who have started the process in previous. Mr. Collazo, Councilman Collazo, you hearing?
Yeah, I'm here. No, the thanks go to you to continue, man. You're listening. Like I said before, you have hit the ground running as a public servant, and you have made it your job to listen to people. And I could not be more proud to serve with you, and I really appreciate that. And while it's not just been me, it's been individuals way before me, and I really, the credit goes to Sly Fowler, who's really led the leadership in that community to continue to pound us, right, as the voice of the people, and continue to make that effort. So
yeah, Sly was there, and he made his voice heard.
Yeah, but that's what we're here for, right? It's not just the voice of the people to say that's what we do. It's really, and you're responding to that. You're actually out there, you're meeting with them, and you're, whether it's the underpass at 67th or this issue, I applaud you, and I'm proud to serve alongside of you. So thank you for make sure that goes through the finish line. Even though other people have pounded it, you made sure it went through the finish line, and I applaud you.
Thank you, sir. So I move to support the So the follow-up, the manager following up to make sure this gets completed in a timely manner before this new school, the new school's year starts.
So do we have to vote on this, manager? If you already got it approved, or you still, it's done? All right.
But I'd just like to say, continue the efforts to make sure that this gets done before the school year starts, right? So
Second.
we could just
All right.
support his efforts to get that done.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're moving on to the next item, OLL Study Group.
Alrighty, and this is a quick item. I was approached by one of the members of OLL, one of the parents of OLL, and essentially they have a study group of 12 to 15 kids that are going to start preparing for the high school entrance exams, and they need a facility. They requested Mary Collins, if possible, for a series of 10 Saturdays starting August 10th, and every Saturday thereafter for 10 installments. And that's the item here before you. So moved.
I'll second.
Discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. On May 15th, the Blasting Advisory Board sent a letter to the Miami-Dade Lime Rock Association, basically wanting a meeting to discuss the issues that the residents are having. The association basically said, no, we're going to handle that. We're going to go ahead and do an education campaign and try to get it out there. They have not done that. With the momentum that we have now, especially the last meeting that was put together at Country Club, and the Miami-Dade mayor and other towns and ourselves getting involved in pushing this item, the BAB crafted a response to this letter, which you should have in your briefing, and the town attorney looked it over and says it's fine to go ahead and respond. Basically, it's saying, hey guys, we still want to meet. We understand this is you know, we don't want to totally stop blasting, but we want you to blast at levels that doesn't affect our homes, and we still want to meet with you. We're basically being reasonable, and we're asking just for a meeting. And if their position is strong, they should have no reason to defend it, right? If you have a strong position, you can defend it in public. That's all we're asking. And so I don't know if the town attorney wants to say anything about the resolution.
No, I just think the committee's frustrated with the association, and they're, when they don't even want to meet with them or talk to them. And I think they got blown off a little bit in the letter, and they're frustrated.
I'm going to second it for discussion.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you. I just had some questions about the timeline on this, because it was my understanding that, and I wish the chair was still here, but it was my understanding that they initially accepted the invitation to meet. Is that accurate? Does anyone have knowledge of this?
My understanding is they did. Oh, sorry, go ahead, sir.
There was not this past meeting, but there was a meeting before where they were invited, and they had sent a letter. I think, remember that they were upset because someone on the committee had gone, or
It was, I think, Angelo. If my recollection serves me correctly, what happened is they had initially accepted a meeting with the committee, but then they saw a video in which one of the board members, Angelo Garcia, was going off script, if you will, to put it politely. And the reality is that as a result, again, these are private companies, right? They're not elected officials like us that we have to put up with the public criticism. So they saw that, is my understanding, from what the chair had previously told me, and they backed out. And they've been trying to meet with them ever since, but they've been very skittish. I would like to include something in the letter that specifically says that the invite is between particularly the chairman and the minors. I think if it becomes a full-blown town hall like the one that we attended, while as great as it is, you were there. You saw how the tensions got. You were there too. Councilman Fernandez was there too. You see how it can get, because the people are very passionate about the issue. But if we're really trying to have a dialogue with these minors, I don't feel that it's productive just to say we're here to meet, but only in a town hall setting. To be honest with you, I think if the goal here is to advance legislation, to push a meaningful solution, it needs to be a smaller meeting between them and our representatives, which would be either the chair or perhaps the blasting committee, but in a different environment that isn't a town hall. But I'm just throwing my 2 cents there about whether we're trying to get to a solution or not.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely.
Exactly. And I don't think
Absolutely.
that just saying, come to a meeting, and then not specifying what that meeting is
Well,
productive.
The letter actually, just says, hey, we're still open to meet with you. And.
But how so, is what I mean.
Well, it doesn't specify there. I mean, I understand what you're saying. If they're willing to meet with just the chairman, fine. But this doesn't open it or close it to that option. It's just basically saying, hey, we're still, and don't judge us by one person's opinion, just like we don't judge you by one of your members' opinion. It's the body's, the BAB's decision. Not any one individual on that, even if one individual disagrees, but the majority rules on any committee, right? But I think it's just I've read it, the town attorney's read it, and it's gone through the BAB. They feel this is a good response. I think it's not only is it a professional response, it's an adequate response, and it's a response we need to give now since we have the momentum, I believe. This is something we need to push in that aspect. I know what you're saying, but I don't think this is going to. I think that this letter is not the reason why they didn't show up.
And that's not at all what I'm implying.
Yeah.
But what I am implying and saying is by not narrowing the type of meeting that we're inviting them to, or rather the committee is inviting them to, we're almost, without providing additional context, they're not going to bother to explore further than that. They don't have an incentive to.
If I can ask them, I don't believe this limited the response or what type of meeting in the future the BAB can. I don't think it did.
I'm not saying that it limits it to one or the other,
Okay.
but I just think if we were more specific in our call to action, requesting a particular type of meeting, one in which they're going to feel as if they're going to be listened to and not just shouted at, that could be something, that might entice them there. Again,
So-
I'm going to vote for it regardless.
Right.
I'm just saying that I would wish the chairman was still here to see if he would be open to such a change, to specifically have a call to action that was more narrow in approach, because again, if not, I just feel, having been dealing with this issue for a couple of years, as all of us have, it's just not going to go anywhere. It's my
Okay,
concern.
because maybe I can talk to them tomorrow or whatever, about what you're saying. What you're saying is.
And the resolution says substantially the same form, so you have some wiggle room to
Right.
still play with the dialogue,
What
or
you're
the wording.
And I want to make sure I got the ask correct. What you're essentially saying is, let's do this at the chairman level, or chairman or vice chairman level, maybe a couple of committee members, not an open to the public thing.
Yes, I think that
don't-
would go a lot further than just saying an open meeting, because I'm telling you now, I
Exactly.
guarantee you.
Exactly.
What was that?
And no, he and I are having a little side discussion. The only concern I have with that is sunshine.
Well, if you go beyond just the chairman and you start including the other committee members, and and again,
If it's a chairman thing, it doesn't matter, but if you bring another committee member in, I think you get a
look, I
sunshine.
would say, I'm going to vote to advance this. I would encourage you though to speak with the chairman and ask him his opinion. I just don't think that, again, if they're going to a meeting where they're going to be blasted, no pun
They're not
intended.
gonna go. Yeah, they're not gonna go.
Sorry, I needed some levity in the meeting. Right?
Yeah, no, I get it.
But
Absolutely, I understand.
So if they're going to be invited, or they're not going to go to a meeting where that's going to happen, right? So I think it would be more productive if Miguel, the chair in particular, offers to meet directly with them. And again, Miguel, let's face it, he's the one that's done the bulk of the work in terms of research, in terms of advocacy, like the bulk of it. Not that he's the only one, but he's been the driving force from the beginning. So I just think that he, therefore, would be a good representative on behalf of the committee and the town, and can speak with them both on an intellectual level as well as a political level, on everybody's behalf, without interference, perhaps from outside actors that, that may just blow up the process. I swear that wasn't intentional.
No, I get it.
You see what I'm saying?
I understand. The only pushback I would have is, for over a decade now, they've been pushing back on us and finding every excuse not to meet with the residents or the BAB or anybody right now. So that's pushing them a little bit, to me, is not I'm honestly not concerned about it. They need a little pushback. So, all right.
Any further questions for Councilman Garcia? Any further questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the last new business item, Councilman Fernandez.
All right, so this item, as I continue to walk through the town, I've noticed our a lot of the telecommunications pole boxes, mostly the AT&T ones, but some others, have lost their lids at some point, and so they're essentially uncapped, and they cause a hazard, right? Where anybody that's walking, or pets, things of that nature that are walking down the sidewalk, a lot of these boxes are very close to the sidewalk, and people can definitely fall into those and become hurt. So the direction that I want to give to the manager is to engage both AT&T and any other telecommunications providers and kind of put them on notice that this is a recurring problem in some neighborhoods. It's literally every box, right? One of the things that happens over time is, as service is done on these boxes, a lot of the technicians don't close them when they're done, and so when it rains, the lids float up and float away, leaving the boxes uncovered. And I don't think they necessarily realize to what extent that's a problem. But like I said, in some neighborhoods, it's literally every house, 5, 6, 7 houses in a row. So that's essentially my motion, to direct the manager to reach out to the through the Public Works Department, to reach out to the different companies that have infrastructure in the town and ask them to conduct a review, looking out for those type of hazards.
Second.
Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. A report from Mayan.
Motion to extend to 11:45.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I know there's several Golden Panthers, well, Panthers, I learned my lesson from saying Golden Panthers, Panthers. On the dais, Pete Garcia, the former athletic director for, actually for the University of Miami, FIU, and the Cleveland Browns. Pete is now leading philanthropy for FIU, and he realized that there was an issue with some of the students. Just here in the town, I think there's 70 students that are Pell Grant eligible. When they started looking at the analysis, they saw that a lot of the Pell Grant students were dropping out of college and never going back, because a lot of them didn't have those extra funds to just go to school full time. They had to work, they had to pay these bills, and he came up with a program that they work with municipalities, identify the kids that live in that community, and then he finds sponsors. So he has a sponsor. He has this around different cities. He has a sponsor right now who's willing to match, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Manager, between $35,000 to $40,000. That, for example, the town foundation maybe puts up $5,000. I know the Graham companies will be in, maybe in carry forward, we could work and put a little bit of money, but they're looking for that partnership. I'd love to see one of my colleagues, really the Panthers one, Councilman Collazo, Councilman Diegues, you're a Panther as well. Councilman Fernandez, you're a Panther? All right, Panther. Yeah, I'm a Bobcat. So, yeah, I'd love to see this move forward, because it'll be great for those kids specifically in our community. But I know the manager I was not at that second meeting with the town foundation, so I'm sure he can enlighten everyone else with this. But what I would like to see is this move forward, and really one of our colleagues, that one of our Panther colleagues, can take this on as a project and work this forward, and work with staff and work with the community and our partners. But I don't know if any of the Panthers want to work on this.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I was about to nominate you anyway. So perfect.
Yeah? So, Mr. Manager, if you can, please put yourself in an email with Councilman Fernandez, with Pete, and let's see how we can move forward and bring all those parties together.
Yeah, I think what he was looking for was for the town to commit with the next fiscal year to put $20,000 towards this foundation. The foundation, the Miami Lakes Foundation, said that obviously they have other commitments and they have limited funds, that they would consider, they didn't take action, but they would consider to match the town's $20,000 with $5,000. If we were to do that, then the FIU Foundation would be able to double or match it 2 for 1. So they would have they have a company lined up already that would put 50,000 to match the 25. I mean, I know that now revenues are going to be limited for next fiscal year, but that was the original intent when this was discussed at the committee meeting, was that the town would include 20,000 in the next fiscal year from the general fund to be able to commit towards this effort. That may be a challenge now, but.
Mr. Manager, you can include me. I'd like to work with Tony on this as well.
Yeah, this could be a conversation that continues going forward, and if you could put him on an email and let Pete know that 2 council members are going to be taking the lead on this, working with the community. Who knows if some funds on our end can appear, or working with the foundation and other community partners to see if this is something fruitful. So I know there's dozens of other communities throughout Dade County that are already doing this.
And Mr. Mayor, I have some comments.
Yes.
And I apologize. I know that some of this stuff might be lost on me because I'm physically not present. But as you can see, I'm still participating and happily listening to everything. While the endeavor sounds great, and so happy for Pete Garcia that he's transitioned away from the sports world and into philanthropy. He's asking for us to donate from our general fund X amount, and he's going to have a company that's going to match it. And my question to you or to the manager who have better historical perspective, as a city, do we typically take money from our general fund and donate it to institutions like FIU?
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be going, quote unquote, to FIU. The objective here is that from this, the totality of this money, the 75,000, they would issue grants for the students that they would identify. And in addition to being Pell Grant eligible, these students are also the first time in their family that a kid goes to college. So it's a first time students in college in the family, plus Pell Grant eligible. And the FIU would do the screening, and they understand that it has to be kids within the municipal boundaries of the town of Miami Lakes.
No, the charity and the cause is outstanding. And as a proud Panther, I could not be happier to support my university. I'm not. My issue is now Nova Southeastern, right, or the Bobcats come to us and say, hey, we have a similar program. And then it puts us in a position where we, as a body that receives funds from the people, are now donating or dishing it out to different, very worthwhile charities. I think we just had the 14U United, Miami Lakes United team. They went to the Nationals, right? They came to us with a very similar proposition. We said, hey, great idea, but we kind of pushed it to the foundation's side because it just consistency was important to us. I just want to understand this a little bit more.
So
have we, organization, ever donated to charity causes like this?
Councilman Collazo, if I may, my initial approach to this was to try to look for sponsors and fundraise and bring in money from the, so that our donation would really be funded by sponsors.
Beautiful. No, yeah. As long as it's not coming from the general fund, as I first heard the item when it was being proposed as maybe something coming back from carry forward, because that was being presented. I heard a couple of those things being dropped in, which was going to definitely railroad this into the ground, at least for me. But if you're talking about working with, like somebody else said, the Graham companies and bringing in private donations, absolutely, 100%. And in partnership with our foundation, absolutely. Why would we not help? And I applaud you and Councilman Alvarez for stepping up and bringing that forward. So under that context, absolutely, support it 100%.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, that's a report. Now we're on to, we already did the micromobility report. Monthly police report is done as well. We have the monthly infrastructure report by Director Santos.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Omar Santos, Public Works Director. So, a few updates. Safe Routes to School Bob Grant project is getting ready to break ground towards the end of the month. We've awarded the contract. Tomorrow is the first on-site meeting with the contractor and the project manager. And yeah, they'll decide on the start date tomorrow. Park West Pedestrian Bicycle Improvement Project. This is the project that goes down Balgowan and Montrose. This one is in design. The contractor is currently working on the traffic study and warrant study for some proposals we have for crosswalks and possibly speed humps in some of those sections that will later have to be evaluated and approved by the county. Same goes for Fairway. Fairway is actually a little bit more ahead. The traffic study has already been submitted to the county, and it's in the process of being evaluated and determining if what our designer and the team has proposed is warranted and will be accepted. That includes crosswalks and possibly some speed humps along that roadway. Our Canal Bank Stabilization Phase 3 project has completed permitting and is currently in the procurement process. We're preparing the documents to get this out to bid. Let's go to West Lakes. In West Lakes, we have completed the West Lakes Gardens Drainage Improvement Project. This is around the 149th Terrace and north between 89th and 87th Avenue. This project is completed. And west of that, we have the West Lakes Gardens second Alameda, which is in the final restoration phase. So you'll see a lot of crews doing their base work and asphalt installation and some concrete work in the area. Our 83rd place, we're still working through some punch list items that are just hanging there that we have to address with the contractor. And hopefully within the next few weeks we get this completed and close this project out. Some projects in ARPA that we have already received. We received bids for the Royal Point. This is 158 Terrace, west of 87th Avenue. It's that little sliver of Royal Oaks that's separated by the private development. So we received the bids, they're being evaluated, and if everything goes well, we'll bringing them for award in August. Same goes for 158th Street. This is in the roadway north of the Education Center on the east side of town, where the area where Costco's at and Caterpillar. So we are receiving those bids next week. Same thing, if everything goes well, we should be bringing them to August. And another project that don't see here, but I want to highlight, we have the Commerce Way drainage. We have that as an RFP. What that means is we have a separate evaluation just because of the size and the cost of the project. We want to have a little bit more say into the qualifications of the contractor, not just the price. So we'll be reviewing those soon, and our goal is to bring them for August for award as well. Some facility projects, I want to highlight the partitions at Mary Collins. That's scheduled for installation towards the end of this month. Facility staff or general service staff will be working with park staff. Make sure we can find some time that is not in conflict with operations. And if that all happens, we'll be doing that towards the end of this month. And then my last item, we'll have our figures there for just our general maintenance, it says roadway maintenance, but we have sidewalks, streetlights, and those other items. The underpass, I think we discussed it in detail already, and our stormwater operations, the cleaning process. If there are any questions.
The new truck, how has that fixed capacity? I know we're still using the contractor truck. Well, that one was, I saw a check come before us the other day.
Yeah, so we still supplement with the outsourcing, especially now in these heavy raining season. But the new truck, just personally, it's faster when it has more power when it's vacuuming, and in addition to that, the old truck had some limitations, but the way it would vent itself made it difficult for the operators. So the operators have a better working environment when it comes to doing the work and being able to remove the material that needs to be removed. Obviously, it has a bigger tank, so they don't have to go to the dump as often.
Got Your role, your department's role on Northwest 59th Avenue, how's that going? Where's that at?
So at the moment, we have already submitted the FAA, the revised FAA justification report, which was requested by MDOT because they have to approve the alignment of the roadway. That has been submitted to MDOT. MDOT will be sending it to FAA for their evaluation, and we'll find out a response hopefully soon. In addition to that, our staff, public works staff, along with grants, we're working to get the HUD agreement completed and start our environmental review process. That's a requirement of the HUD grant. And I don't know if you want to add about the land acquisition, and that's still ongoing. So,
Thank you. Any Councilman Fernandez?
Question for you, Director Santos. We have a drainage project coming up on Montrose, correct?
that was just award. Well, the funds were granted. We're currently working on executing that agreement to get the funds transferred. So yes, it will happen.
Correct. Yeah, because I didn't see that on the list, and I know there was a public comment earlier about the approach, the dip in the approach into Picnic Park West. Is that being contemplated? Is
We'll
a solution
evaluate
to that?
and see if there's an opportunity with this project, and we'll report back.
Yeah, if we're going to be resurfacing the road as part of the drainage improvement, I would really like to see that issue solved.
We'll evaluate that.
There's also the protected bike lanes that project may solve that dip.
Yeah, so we have two. So the idea would be that if everything goes to schedule, the drainage project would be before the Park West project, which is the protected bike lanes that will also be around that area. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Good night.
Thank you. Monthly report on MLOP, Director Bajdon.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. We are halfway through our summer closures now at MLOP and ROP. MLOP has seen some significant grow back in the majority of our sod and athletic play fields. We've done a pretty good job at staying on top of additional mowing, ferting. We'll be verticutting and resodding now, which is the last closeout really for our closures. We grew back all that we can grow back. Now whatever we couldn't, i.e. foul lines mainly, is what we'll take a look at tackling entering the opening of the next season. Other than that, we are anticipating the tennis light approval from the school board this month, barring no delays on their end. So other than that, I'm open to any questions.
Did you mention the good news that we all got it, that the Miami Lakes United U14 boys soccer team won the national championship?
Yeah, so earlier today, the game was at 11:15.
Yeah.
They went ahead and beat California 3-2. So
in overtime,
we have national champions at the 14U level for travel soccer. So that is a huge accomplishment, not just on the kids, but the coaches and the entire entities that make it happen.
Let's get together and recognize them next council meeting. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Just a reminder. I'm sure you took notes on it, but there was a public comment about the pocket park on Dunbarton and Mentieth.
Yes.
And the trimming of the
66 and 67.
the coconuts.
I already sent some emails just to make sure we get it going on it.
I thank you for being on it.
Attorney
Jeremy, this is Louis. I wanted to, and I know I've said it multiple times, but I've had the opportunity again, through the summer closures to actually visit other municipalities that have hosted us for tournaments. Again, the summer months are really hard to manage with rain. We heard for about a year how terrible our parks are, how poorly maintained our fields are, and the drainage and the flooding. I visited parks all over South Dade, all the way to North Broward, and we are comparable, if not superior. We might not have the nicest dugouts, and we might not have the nicest facilities, but the way that our staff maintain those fields, especially in the summer months, is commendable. And again, I've been touring all over firsthand in travel baseball with my son, and I know what we heard, but I'm telling you that the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. And your field crews have to be commended for the work that they do for those field conditions, and I applaud you.
Appreciate it, and I'll definitely pass it on to staff that manages those contracts and those fields directly.
Thank you, Jeremy. And on to
Vice Mayor, just before we leave my agenda, there's one thing that came in late from the Elderly Affairs Committee. They just wanted an approval to transfer some money. They're running out of money for their bingos, and they wanted to move it from multiple lines, but it totals just over $5,000, so they can carry those bingos and those meet and eats through the end of the fiscal year.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Second.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Approved. And then before wrapping up, we'll pass it to Raul for the attorney's report.
As you know, I've emailed you all. In the Pizzi matter, the court would not hear or actually denied our motion to enforce the mandate. So we're going to have to proceed with the case. We're going to proceed to mediation probably, and we're going to proceed possibly to trial. And we've requested a jury trial, and if at that time, depending on what happens, we will make decisions, but that's where we're at right now.
Have you already, and without getting into any more details in this, have you received a response to your request for a demand?
Not that I am aware of, but I'll follow up tomorrow. I was gone until just the other day and in trial, so I will check with the legal team.
Excellent. And if
I did give the instruction to do that.
got it. Now, do you have enough resources then to carry us through the trial date, or is that still don't know because we got to go through discovery for the damages and all that?
I can't give you an answer right now.
Okay. How much money do you have left in the current fiscal year?
I'm looking at them. I don't know.
Okay. Well, just get that back to me later.
I'll get back to you. I'll get
Thank
back
you.
to you with it by the next council meeting for sure.
Perfect.
I'll give you all the projections and where we're at
Perfect.
on every issue on that matter.
Thank you.
Hey, before we adjourn, we got some birthdays that we're gonna celebrate. Joseph's birthday is tomorrow. Louis is on the 15th, and Ray is on the 21st. We got a candle here, so Joseph and Ray, you guys got to blow. And then, where's Louis?
I can virtually blow through the phone. Watch this. It's going to happen.
You got to come online. Now you got to come on. Turn on that camera.
I'm on. Well.
No. Turn on the camera. Turn on the camera.
Listen, I can turn on the camera if I could. Hold on a second. Let me.
All right, so I need everybody's help singing happy birthday. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Councilman Collazo, Councilman Ray, to you.
Ray, happy birthday to you.
We'll see you in August. This meeting is adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Happy birthday, guys. Happy birthday, Joe. Happy birthday, Louis. Happy birthday, Ray.